Don't worry about it.
You cunt.
There's sometimes I roll like IRL just so I can have some fun with it.
Mhm.
I should roll IRL too.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Fuck you.
Only the DM can roll behind the screen. That's my behind the screen roll. That's what that is.
Is that your privilege?
That's my one privilege.
Your
His DM privilege.
Because I have to deal with you three fuckle heads every day.
You'll be charged $26.
What?
That's annually.
Oh, you did the annual pass. I mean, if you want, shit, just
No.
one and done it. You could.
No,
I
I'm not
mean,
paying.
that's 12 free dice.
$26.
If there was a one-time payment that was like $35, I would be like, shit.
That actually might
Well,
have.
the
That
whole
actually
game.
might be. That actually might be pretty good. Honestly, they should add that.
It was like a one-time payment of like $35 or something like that. Like
I think a
voice
lot
mod.
more. Like voice
Yeah.
mod, yeah.
Mhm.
All right, time for music.
All right, let me
Actually,
go
I don't
buy
need
this
peaceful
die
music.
effect
I need
phone.
mysterious music.
Is this buy this die ball?
Man, you weren't kidding. It was $3.
Oh,
So-
hey. Wait, real quick. Cedric, did you respond to Ari?
What?
Ari messaged me like an hour ago asking if I've seen you.
Should probably respond to Ari. Said,
I responded to her.
Did
Okay.
you?
I'm just making sure.
Guys, wait, I have to place my order and spend more money.
Dude, guys, I'm currently buying the die of Vecna right now.
let's go.
My free trial is set. It starts on August 11th and it ends September the 10th. Oh, it give me a whole ass month for free.
Oh, did it? I thought it only gave you a week. That's actually
No,
pretty
this-
sick. Congratulations, you have a month for free.
That's not what this says.
Your free trial set. Damn, they give you a whole month. Lucky you. Good God. Oh, it's monthly, $3.19 after tax.
Yeah.
Hey, good on you.
What, D&D Premium or some shit?
Or D&D Beyond Hero tier, which is like
The mid.
the mid tier. Or
What do I
The
get
one
my
you
free
guys
dice?
need.
yeah, the one that you guys need. The Beyond Hero tier is what you need. Shelby and I have the Master tier. That's how we can share our shit.
Do I get my free
Why
dice
do I
now?
need the Beyond Hero tier?
You don't have to. It's just if you want to make unlimited characters, so you guys can like go wild and just make weird builds, you could.
Well, I have to make a new character for Bayhorn so I can become a wizard.
Also, before we officially start, I have been brewing up a one shot. It's my Calamity one shot.
Calamity Wonder. What do you mean by that?
So you guys will be playing characters set during the Calamity and what happened to the world of Erisire 876 years ago.
Are you gonna give us those characters?
You mean when Magic went out?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
no way.
So if you want to play like a hardcore like brutal one shot session with totally new characters, and I'll let your characters influence the lore if you guys do anything like crazy.
Alright, I'm gonna do
Forget
out
what
of
partner
pocket shit the
content I
entire
need.
time. I'm gonna change history.
The level starting, if you want to, it will be 17. Everybody will be level 17.
That means I can actually play our rogue and have fun.
Shut the fuck. So if you guys want, I'm just throwing it out there just because I've been telling Shelby about like some background lore that she also knows a little bit about due to her time as being as Aqua and a little bit of Sky Saya. And I've just been brewing something up in the back of my head and it's been itching. So,
About that.
Sedgwick.
Is this good for the partner
Cedric.
content? I don't remember what I-
Critical Role, Drakenheim, Grim Hollow, and you
Basically
could throw in
everything
Minecraft.
but Rick and Morty.
Everything but Rick and Morty.
That's how I know.
Yeah, everything but Rick and Morty.
The non-core is turned off.
You can turn on non-core as well.
I turn that shit on. Because sometimes
Milestone.
there's shit in there that is useful. And that is
Cedric,
used.
I didn't win any of the lottery tickets.
That's
It is unfortunate. It is what it is, though.
that's fine, right?
Yeah.
And then,
Bayhorn the Wizard.
yep. All right, Adrian. I need you to tell me
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Did I gain a +2 as in my base score is now 10? As in I can go into my character sheet and change it to a 10 instead of an 8? Or do I get
Yeah.
a 2 modifier?
No, your base went up by 2, so now you're at 10.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I should have. Okay, hang on.
Change it to a modifier, you dipshit.
Yeah, no, I told you, like, you regain a fragment of your soul, you feel your stats change. Like, you
So
physically changed.
So this
Yeah, so
should be
that goes
like
to 10. Yeah, that goes like
Okay.
that.
And then I gotta go back
Change it.
here because this is wrong, and I gotta change this.
There you go. Yeah,
You're a
there you
dumbass.
go.
You're a dumbass.
All right.
There you go.
Now
Now
it's
it's fixed.
Now
Now
it's
you're good.
well, I mean, it was fine before, but now it's truly fine.
Yeah,
Wait,
now
you're
it's
gonna-
really fun.
Cedric, you're gonna be you're gonna try and be a paladin with a charisma of 10.
Yes.
Yes, totally. Yeah, totally.
Anyways, Cedric, are you ready to play, or do you want to just sit here and talk about your stats and stuff?
I was going to make this while you kind of gave us the,
The rundown. Okay, cool.
and then you can kind of like look and see, make sure I'm doing it all fine.
So, last we left off, the crew of the Valiant, after leaving the capital city of Bafford, making their way into the exosphere, finally taking the Valiant to its first ever full-on flight in over 30 years, made their way downwards onto the long-forgotten Elvish Kingdom. The Elvish Kingdom once known as Prenoia, making their way down to the initial excursion point of the capital city of Selin, trying to retrace its steps, trying to find the true crater where it was crashed down after being struck by one of the roots of Zictomi almost 30 years ago. Upon making their way, landing, and walking their way through some broken wooden bridges, they encountered a fight with a couple of muddy-like creatures that none of you have ever seen before. Overwhelmed one of your party members, Bayhorn, taking his life. But before the fight even finished, Chakna managed to resuscitate him and bringing him back from the great judgment of Bihor. With Fukler dealing the final blow, crushing one of these creatures' skulls with his holy divine magic in his hands, you all continued onward, inspecting the waters of this odd swamped land that you're in, and running into a new face, a new person out in the middle of the wilds. This odd purplish skin, purple with like little bits of starlight eyes in her eyes. Elvish woman named Maria. And as you are all on two different boats, floating your way upwards, as the sun is going down and thoughts and tales are being exchanged, some of you see some interesting things in the woodland. Some of you do not. And she left off with saying that how she remembers in her youth that there was only one moon, and then one day when she woke up, suddenly there were two. Kai-san, your mind is racing with all the new information that you just gathered. What are you going to do?
I'm going to ask her, does she know what and where astral elves are from?
I do not know where astro elves come from, but I presume that astro elves come from the stars beyond. Am I incorrect?
Kinda.
Okay, this music's a little too much for the mysterious. I'll be peaceful.
Um, do you remember city names?
She kind of like looks around for a bit and looks up in her like she's kind of like self-thinking. City names.
Yes, Elven city names.
Well, there was a few that I can name off the top of my head. There was Elandor, Velaris, there was Celestia. There was another big one that I remember. I think it was called Quadaros.
Quadratum?
No, not Quadratum. Quadaros. Quadaros.
Do you recognize the name Quadratum?
I can't say that I remember or that I've ever known. No. As you guys are currently like leading on the shoreline, all of you roll another perception.
Perception?
Perfection.
Perception.
A natural 1.
Natural one.
I got a 16.
I got a 17 and Chatna got a 24.
I chose Wix for
24?
my business because of its
The
massive
ads.
scope
The
for functionality and
And what if I become Chronosurgeon Mage as well?
So Kaisaya, Fukler, and Chakna would know this. Bayhorn, you don't see it. As you guys are currently all talking, about 100 feet ahead of you, in the middle of the lake, you see what looks to be like a dozen or so very active beavers that are currently building a huge dam in front of you. Then you see Maria is looking over. She's like, "Oh, it seems like we're gonna have to make the rest of the way on foot."
That's fine. Gives me more of an opportunity to talk to you.
And as you guys are approaching the beaver dam, you notice that the beavers they're all like young and spry. It seems like they've really taken a liking to bathing in this lake that allows them to get, more physically fit, as they would say. However, you do notice that a lot of them actually kind of just like stand up on their hind legs and just look at all of you. It's kind of intimidating seeing like 15 or so different beavers just looking at you.
Why there's so many beavers?
Beavers, man.
This land and these lakes bring plentiful, joyous fruits to every living thing here. To us mammals, to the rodents of the sea and the lakes. Even the alligators and the fish below. And you see like a few shrimp, like a few fish kind of like swim past you guys. It's alright if you step through the water and wade, just try not to bathe a little bit too long. I would suggest every hour or so we take a small break and hit up a sand hill or a dirt hill and dry off for a little bit just to make sure that we don't get under any unnecessary magical effects on us.
Well, Finnegan.
Finnegan is currently like gathering more water and he just kind of like looks up at his head and he's like, "Yeah, what's up?"
Do you think you can manipulate the water to create a small path for us? Or at least keep it off of us?
You mean to tell me you want me to destroy their dam?
No, never mind.
Oh, no, sorry. I was a little bit too busy with the water. I can do that. It's not too hard to cast Create Destroy Water.
Well, more
I
of
would have
like
to.
just move it.
I can do so. It's not that hard.
Basically, kind of like create a dry bubble around us.
Well, that's fine with me.
Okay.
And you see him as like he picks up his staff and he unravels the top of his staff, showing the big blue like azure like gem on the top. He just points the staff over at like a body of like water in front of you guys, and you see that the water starts to split a bit, and it kind of like formulates two little water walls on the sides. Not too big; it's only like goes up to your ankles almost, but it leaves the ground almost perfectly dry. It's barely moist.
Mhm.
And Finnegan kind of goes, "All right, well, I guess step off whenever you're ready. I'm gonna have to recast this every so often to make sure we keep this up."
Um, you can stop if it gets a little too taxing.
Shouldn't be too problem. Uh,
It's just to help extend our time moving without having to stop and dry off.
Fair. You see the B team in their boat start to like hop off a little bit. You see that the one known as Maria, the elf, she gets off and she doesn't even bother with like stepping into the dry area. She just steps off and you see her like her feet start to get submerged under the water. Then you see as she steps off, she kind of like breathes in the air a little bit and she just goes, "Oh, no, that's refreshing. Come, let's make our way. We have a bit of ways to walk, about, I would say, 18 hours, due to the fact that we can no longer take the boat to them."
Okay. I'll follow.
Okay. As all of you decide to step off and make your way inward, you notice that the deeper in you go this jungle, the more lush and the more bushes and like flora are in your way. You're starting to like take out daggers or swords and like starting to like hack through your way. Um, as you guys are making through your ways, or anything you guys want to do, talk about, check on anything?
If it's okay with everyone else, I want to keep asking her fucking questions.
Okay. What do you want to say? As you guys are currently just wading and hacking your way through, you see Chakna's up at the front, with one of his knives, like that is a little bit bigger than the other ones. He's like trying to make his way through.
I want to ask her if she knows of a city like Quadradum and describe what I remember learning about early Quadradum.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I kind of got cut off there for a second.
You're fine. I want to ask her if she knows of a city like Quadradum and describe what I remember learning about early Quadradum in school to her.
Well, that sounds fascinating. I wish I could see it. I wish I could visit, but my calling is here in the lakes to protect and nurture the wildlands.
But you don't know a city like that?
I've already told you, child. I do not know. Why are you asking the question over and over? Is there something placating your mind?
Yeah. Is there?
When you said that you remember one moon and then you woke up and there were two, the time you remember when there was one moon was before an event we called the Calamity.
The calamity? I don't remember any calamity happening.
Well, after the calamity, well, during the event, the second moon was formed, and my home was shunted off of Erisire and onto that moon. And we called it Quadratum. My ancestors come from here, but information from before the calamity is either scarce or heavily locked up, and we don't know much. Which is funny, considering my grandparents themselves were born here.
Well, I would say to that if you do not know much about the time of the calamity, then who's to say I would? I have no recollection or memory of anything happening to me or around.
That is true, but you remember a time before it.
I do. I guess. I'm not exactly too sure. But that's least important now. What's most important is that we should make our way through the forest, especially find some walkable and less malleable landscape to set up camp for the night. The sun is going down, and she does point out that the sun is starting to point down a little bit more as you guys have been walking for about another hour or so. But
Kaizai will just like nod and kind of go quiet, thinking.
so, now that I've been asked many a question, I have my questions of my own. Starting with, and she kind of like twiddles her finger and points over at the white dragonborn.
Yes.
Young man, I've been wondering, what happened with your eye? Are you alright?
Willa. Which one are you talking about?
The one with the eye patch, I believe.
Well, let's just say I'd prefer to keep that eye under wraps. It's...
Well, if it is an ailment, why don't you allow me to procure some waters and
It's a magical ailment, not curable by normal means. There's a very specific way I do believe I have to take care of it. If this river had anything to offer me from it, I most certainly would use it.
Well, maybe not this river, but there's plenty of other rivers that you can...
It's a delicate situation, and it's part of why we're going in search of this library. In hopes to ensure that we have all the information we need to help him.
Yes. It's... well... have you ever experienced a person of great evil before? Someone who's just wanted to take the world for what it's worth and leave everybody else in their own wake.
You kind of see her kind of like ponder a little bit as she's currently walking. She then eventually like avoids your gaze, looks forward, and looks back over at you. I've met a few people in my lifetime that I guess you can say had some sort of inkling of that notion. However,
Well,
probably not as great as yours, I assume.
This person wants to take everything you can imagine, everybody you could ever possibly hope to think of for granted. This person has made sacrilege out of others' lives and tainted some of my own family as well, and then proceeded to alter memories of me and my loved ones without any sort of consent. Someone who is willing to do that to the world, I'm sorry to say, I might need just a bit more than a river to help me with that. So, this, and Fukler will lift up his eye patch, is something keeping me on a mission for now. Something to make sure I get my just dues. And after, if she is looking at him, and if she does see, he'll put it back down after she gets a well enough look.
Deeply apologize for the plight that you're currently going through.
It's nothing too hard to revel on. I try to keep my mind off of it. But it is why I am out here. So,
May I ask the name of this thing or being that is currently plighting you?
Sure about that? You
Well,
really... He's a great evil that goes by the name of Vecna. An evil lich who has taken his own life for granted and extended it well beyond its expiration date. So far, in fact, that the goddess I worship, the goddess of death, is called for his death.
you see her kind of like raise her eyebrow a bit as she kind of like looks at you. And then she just turns and continues walking. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Oh, Lord. I knew I shouldn't have said that much. 19.
19?
Yeah.
You can tell that she recognizes the name.
She recognizes the name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If that's the case, bit of prying is in order. Why, do you know him?
I've heard of a name such as the name of Vecna before. However, I knew them as another metaphoric name. Before they were reveled and revered as the name is Vecna. They were once named as a hidden moniker as the name of Thanor. Roll me a religion check.
Oh, okay. 23.
You know in your teachings and some unlocked knowledge that you have in the back of your mind as you've been delving deeper into the studies of Yatol, you recognize the name of Thanor, and they were once known as the Arbiter of Destiny and Death. But you know them as a more common name. You know them as the name of Yatol, the god of order, faith, and death.
You just threw a whole spanner in the engine right there.
Kaisai will telepathically link with Kukler and tell him she's from before the calamity here. She's probably well over 1,000 years old. God's names change over time. Gods even have died and been replaced in that time.
Maybe, but then why would the wizard Vecna need to try and surpass the goddess of magic if he already was a god?
Perhaps because he was only a god of a specific domain. Even gods have limits.
Yeah, I know that.
Even gods crave power.
Oh no! Ah! Adrian,
What?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like you took the oil cap off of an engine, took like shattered glass, and then poured it in there, and then put the cap back on and said, "All fixed." What am I supposed to do?
All
Did you
done.
punch your fucking mic?
No, I picked it up and put it back down and like kind of half dropped it. Like the amount of inner turmoil I have been going through just got like folded in on itself 100-fold, because now I'm confusion. Oh no. So wait, you're telling me I've been worshiping a necromancer this entire time? Oh no. I don't know about all that. I don't know how to feel about all this. This isn't good. It's not bad, but I don't feel great about it. Ooh. You're sure their name was Thanor, right? You're not getting it mixed up with anything.
I mean, my mind may be old, but my body is young and spry, and my memory doesn't typically fade. As far as I remember, Thanor was the god of death in my time. But it seems like with meeting you all, I need to start to reevaluate what my mind and what my teachings once taught me. It seems like I have a lot to catch up on.
Me and God gonna have a talk after this. We're gonna have a serious Jesus to Jesus moment. We do like heart to heart type. Sit down with Jesus and like talk about our feelings type shit. We have a brunch and we each order coffee type stuff. Like we're gonna be here for a while type deal. The Dude, it's like someone took a sledgehammer to my brain right now. The twist I was not expecting. Okay.
Y'all wanted lore, motherfuckers. You're getting lore.
God damn, I wasn't expecting this. ID. Okay. Okie dokie artichoke. So what happens? Wait a minute. What happens if my soul gets consumed then?
I don't know. What happens, Kukler?
If
Yatolt is just Vecna in a different form. What the fuck have I been doing out here? Okay.
As you're currently going through your inner turmoil at the revelations that Vecna used to be called the god of death in some other time, and now you're starting to process the worry within. You notice that nightfall is starting to come, but eventually, as you guys are walking through and wading through the waters, you eventually come to this nice dry clearing with this deep pool in the middle, like with all sorts of like lily pads, frogs on the middle. You see some like little sticks, some stones floating around in the water and under the water, but the water is deep and massive. You're not too sure how far deep it goes. And you notice that during the nighttime, the ethereal trees serve as a nice balance to the nearly pitch black as the sun is starting to become bolted out, not only by its own sunfall, due to the fact that the stones, the massive rocks in the sky, are currently blocking out most of the sunlight as well. The ethereal trees, and then you also see these bright glowing butterflies, these bright glowing dragonflies around you. It's a nice comfort knowing that you have sunlight in the dark. Eventually Finnegan kind of just like stretches a little bit, and he like puts a wrapping around his staff again to signify that he's done spellcasting for now. I think this is a good place to stop. I'm getting a little bit worn out from all that water. I guess I'll set up camp. I have a tent and fire starters. I could probably set it up a little bit up there. And he kind of points a little bit northward to the top of the lake, or to the top of like where the pond sets.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to look around. Is there a good flat clearing?
Bayhorn, you can camp with me. I have a super tent.
It's plenty clear. You see that the clearing, nearly on all sides, have about, I would say, 8 square feet on each end, so like 35, 40 feet on each end. So it's a decent clearing. And then in the pond in the middle, you can kind of surmise it's probably about 30 feet from the middle out to the outstretches. You also see that there's like a nice slab rock filled with like moss and like other bugs that is kind of like perching on the top of the other side of the pond as well.
All right, I'm gonna look around for any fragments of wood or stone.
Yeah,
twigs.
you roll me a nature check as you see Finnegan is already setting up a tent and everything on the top end.
Oh shit! I'm gonna ask Chakna for help.
Yeah, roll for help for Chakna.
Cedric, me and you were camping in the super tent.
You got an 11.
How about that?
I got a 9.
All right. It takes you a good like 30 to 40 minutes to find a few stones and rocks viable that aren't like splintered, broken, or just not there.
Perfect. So, Fukler and Bayhorn, you got your tent?
I have the super tent. You know the thing I pulled out of my backpack and put in the engineering room a long time ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Well,
super
do you want-
huge
do
on
you-
the inside.
What's it got on the inside?
Oh, you want to see?
Hold on. Because, she'll hold up one of the pebbles, the pieces of stone she got. You remember my spell?
Yeah, I do.
We could secure the tent.
This is like the same size, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh. Mm.
If you want to do it, by all means, I would love a bath right now. But
Ah, okay. So you don't got a
worst comes
bath.
to worst. Yeah, no, I don't got a bath in there. No,
You don't
it's
got a
tent.
bath in there?
I got a fireplace though.
You see
Fireplace. How many
Finnegan
beds
and
do you got?
Tiana- You see Finnegan and Tiana as you guys are currently like discussing like dick measuring sizes over here. That they've already finished their tent and like already have like a little fire area started.
We'll continue. It's not a dick measuring contest. It's scheming. How many beds do you got?
Narrator's note: it in fact is a dick measuring contest.
Lots. Okay. You get a dining room?
Well, it's like 2 stories tall. So I guess you can eat
you
downstairs.
remember in the inside you have like a little like table that you could put food on.
Yeah, there are like chairs and a table in there.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. I'm gonna put out what you don't have, so we have quite literally everything we ever need.
It's like it's the most bougie tent you can literally imagine. That's what the inside is.
But you want a bathroom? You want a spa?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put that up. And Kayasaya will cast her Geldar's Tower and throw it out as she casts it to the flat area.
Okay. Where?
And
on the map.
Oh, where's the map? Hold on, I have to do some measuring. Okay. Like, I'll come up over here and throw it out.
Over there?
Yep.
All right, put yourself on the map.
Why are you so...
That's what she said.
Shut the fuck up.
We're your children, Preston.
I can't, for some fucking reason, change his size. Okay.
I got it.
Me?
Anyway.
Me size?
No, dragon size. Anyway, you're not on the map. And I'll cast Galder's Tower, and I will put the bottom as the onsen, and up top on the second floor is a nice lounge area.
Where's Bubbles?
And then the roof has got chair for any lookout.
He's on top of the rock.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I'll look over to Bukler and say, okay, you can put a tent next to it. That way we got everything we'll ever need.
Bayhorn, go ahead and put yourself in the map, please.
Okay.
What are you eating fries
He's
right
eating.
now?
He's eating.
He's eating.
Knitter. He's a knitter.
Knitter.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what?
What's the uh-oh?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. Anyway. Bukler, you can put up your tent next door.
Put up my tent next door?
Yep. Bottom is the onsen. Up top is a nice lounge area. And then the roof's got a good scouting chair to sit on for anyone who wants to keep watch.
I got you. And Bukler will lay out the tent next to it.
As you guys are all currently like making your tents and setting up camps, you see the elf known as Maria kind of just like goes to the edge of the pond, and she starts to like put her feet and up to her ankles, and then eventually starts to step in a little bit more and more deeper up to like her knees at this point. She's currently like taking like little bits of water and like rubbing it on her arms and like on her neck. She's still fully clothed. She's not like undressing or anything. She's just dapping water on herself.
What's this lake for? Or is this just the bathing lake?
She looks over at you as she's putting some more water around her neck, and she just says, "Oh, this lake is it's connected to the Mirror of Ages. We're getting closer to Lake Vorthalar."
Ah, I got you. This one is the one that makes you remember things?
This is the one that fades away your injuries, increases your vitality, reverses, I guess you could say reverses time for whoever drinks or bathes. Although I'd recommend not to bathe for too long, as you might lose your own mind. So,
Also, Adrian, God, has the filigree come back on my hammer yet?
As you guys have been walking, you have like felt like a bit like heavier as you guys are walking, and you're not too sure if it's because of general tiredness or because now you realize that your filigree and your hammer is back to normal.
Yes. Ah.
So are we
I
gonna
didn't want
dip
that
our hammer in the water again?
Huh?
Have we
If there
done
was
that?
one to accelerate its age, yes, because this thing is gonna live as long as I am. I just gotta kill more people, and then I get to live longer. But
No simulacrums for you. Funny Genesis magic in here yet?
funny Guinness's magic. Also, should we tell the funny elf lady about the dragon we're keeping in a
No.
bottle?
Oh,
No.
Damn. Damn.
I want to tell the lady about the funny dragon.
Maybe if she's still here when we get out.
nah.
Probably not. I don't know. I don't. Do you want to share the knowledge that we have? Who, what, and she.
Well, seeing as this lady is bathing in rainbow water and she was already talking about the god Vorth, I think she knows quite a bit.
She's from before the calamity. She probably knows a lot. There is information that's been lost because of it.
Have you tried to probe her mind yet?
I don't.
That's a horrible idea for the record.
I don't. Yes, C1, it's a horrible idea, and I'm not sure how comfortable I would feel probing a possible ancestor of mine.
Possible? No, they are.
Purple elf. Red hair elf. How happened?
Also, hey Fukri, can I get rid of the soul stones?
Well, here, Fukui, would you like another thing to laugh at?
What?
You know my mother's hair color, yes.
Red and white.
Well, the white is age.
Dang.
Old.
How old is she?
She's
An elf aging is like how old?
She's getting closer to her 900s.
Oh my god! Good lord! No offense to her, but like
my mother was
like
a child during the calamity. Yeah,
I didn't know.
That's how old she is, and that's how much older she probably is. But for shits and giggles, she'll point to Bayhorn's hair. My father's hair color was similar to his, a little different, more bluer.
Darker blue or lighter blue?
Closer
Light
to a
blue or
sky
light
blue.
Sky blue. Okay,
It is my hair color.
Your hair color is a little
yours
bit
is more
darker.
of like a teal marine.
Yeah.
Like a seafoam teal, if I had to guess. Like if you found an aquamarine stone in a water, it would have like copper sulfite on it, and it would look like kind of a really, really light blue, almost greenish. Like it's really pretty. That's what your hair is. If she's talking about somebody's whose hair is like sky blue, why is okay? But how did
What?
Why is she purple?
I have no clue, but perhaps
I kind of want to ask her.
I have a theory.
Game theory.
I have a theory.
Okay.
Elves typically only live for about 1,000 years.
Yeah.
The calamity happened basically almost 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
What if she died? Moonfall happened. The waters started to do this funky, crazy, time reversing shit. She was perhaps buried in the lake, and it literally reversed time up until she was alive.
I don't know, let me check. And I'm gonna do divine sense.
Alright.
You flashbang, I'm going to laugh.
If the water is just like blaringly light,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm gonna laugh.
Ah, my eyes! Actually, what does divine sense do with my evil eyeball?
That's a good question.
Adrian?
He
Why are you giggling? Why are you giggling?
He laughed.
So, as soon as you use your divine sense, normally you're able to see like faint auras of the sensing creatures that you're trying to find, the celestial fiend or undead. You recognize that immediately the aura around Maria, this person, covers none of those traits. However, your eye, with your divine sense being manipulated by it, your eye activates and allows you to sense that it's not celestial fiend or undead, but you see what seems to be some sort of, how should I say, hollow spell is being like casted kind of just around her.
She's passively casting hollow on herself?
You're not too sure if she's doing it or
Or
like
it's a
something.
side effect?
It's a side effect. You're not too sure.
Okay. I would think it's a side effect of the river. If I look at the river,
It is the same like aura of hollow spell.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you kind of remember the fight you had earlier today. Those undead never touched that pure water, only the dark parts.
That makes sense. This is like some twisted, corrupted, and pure sides of island. Some weird form of a yin and yang on an island. Weird. Dig it, but weird. Okay. Let's see what Isaiah. She's like, well, not only her, but like the water she's bathing in, and like her herself are like passively casting the hollow spell.
The hollow spell.
Yeah, you know what it is?
Just to
Really
make-
kind of religious.
Do I know what the spell is, Adrian?
You know what the spell is. You've
do?
researched it before, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah,
The hollow spell.
I figured I would because of what it kind of is.
Yeah.
wizard magic.
Well, it can be both holy and unholy.
Well, yeah, but gonna be honest. Actually, that's why Bubbles was sniffing that water weird earlier, and why he didn't want to drink it. He can't get in it.
enter it.
Yeah, the hollow spell makes sure that phase, basically everything I don't like, which is like phase,
Celestials,
fiend,
elementals,
undead,
phase, fiends, the undead cannot enter.
yeah, they can't
water.
get in it.
And those who are charmed or frightened or possessed cannot get in it.
Mhm. Yeah. Which is
and
really weird.
those who are, the effect goes away. So it's a useful thing.
Yep.
But it's interesting because creatures can't be frightened within an area that's been hollowed. Darkness can't typically fill an area that's been hollowed. bright daylight would typically fill the area.
Why specifically the hollow spell?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Dead bodies in the area can't be turned into an undead.
Uh-oh, Bayhorn. So if we tried to revive you over
Well, no.
here...
If you try to zombify them,
Oh.
that can't happen.
As you guys are currently having this like conversation to the side, either with voice or not without voice, because I kind of surmise that all of you are kind of like staying in one side, and you're just like kind of huddled up a little bit. You see that Maria is finally done like with her like soft bathing, and she kind of like gets out, gives herself like a little shake off and stretch. She turns to the rest of you and says, "Well, it seems like it's getting a little bit late, and we should set off an early sunrise. If you ever needed a bath, step on in. Do not stay for too long, like I said."
Oh, thank you, but that won't be necessary. And Kaisai will gesture to the building she magically created. The first floor is a nice spring, warm, comfortable, safe, normal water. Second floor is a nice lounging area. And then of course we have this tent with food and beds.
Very neat tricks that you have here. Well, I'll leave you be. I'll make my own living space elsewhere.
You're actually welcome to join us if you'd like.
I do not mean to intrude. I am only just your guide, but thank you.
Well, there's food and refreshments if you'd like in the tent. You're free to help yourself to those.
And she kind of like gives you like a small little eastern bow, and she like kind of puts her hand and palm out to the trees, the water, the general area. And you can help yourself to any refreshments or food of the wilds as well. And you see she starts to like walk a little bit past Bubbles. You see her kind of hop onto the little rock, bend down, pet Bubbles a bit, and then hop back off. And then she just like walks into the forest line, and then she is just gone.
Imagine if she was a ghost this whole time.
If she was a ghost this whole time, she could have possibly been a little bit more forthcoming with information, and I don't know. Do you think the hollow spell affected her mind?
You see Chakna kind of like give himself like a little bit cough, and you see him kind of like adjust himself.
Yes.
You know, my people do have a saying about ghosts and other hollowed-like creatures, like what we might think that she could be. Maybe if she is a creature of that nature, she probably hasn't moved on for some sort of business, or maybe they are just seemingly unaware.
But even if she was a spirit, wouldn't that technically classify her as an undead? And an undead putting out a hollow spell on its own is, well, an oxymoron.
Well,
It just doesn't happen.
if I remember right, there are types of spirits that don't classify as an undead.
I suppose.
They
Very
more
extremely powerful spirits, however.
they more are aberrations.
So, if what you're saying is like what you're saying, would you call her, well, less a spirit and more a guardian of the place we're at? And not even a guardian, she's taking us to meet someone else who probably is a guardian. So, technically a servant of a guardian?
Chakna looks over to you, Bayhorn, and he says, "What about your input, Bayhorn. I know you had a tough time today, but what do you think of everything?
Cedric, stop eating.
I hate my headset so much.
Were you talking the entire time?
Damn. What do you want to say, Cedric?
Oh.
I give up on this life. It's over for me.
No, we're just gonna have to get you new
No,
headphones.
Cedric, we are asking you for your opinion right now. Please give it.
Magic lady bathes in magic water. Magic lady should not be alive. That is all I've survived so far.
No, wait. Chakna kind of like brings up I think you have a point. If she's normally bathing almost every night, wouldn't she be affected by the waters?
What
Even
if
to
she
a greater
is?
surmise?
No. Yeah. What if she is? What if she died before or during the calamity?
Then she would be an undead.
No. We established she's not an undead. But here's the thing. These waters reverse time.
So what? You're saying she's not an undead, but a walking corpse?
Neither.
No. She's a person again. She's alive.
She's alive. She's fully alive. It's just time was reversed on her. Someone took the flow of time for her body, and instead of continuing on with the decay of her body, the waters, the magic within the waters, reversed the flow of time, and slowly, or fast, depending on how potent the water was at the moment, reversed time to where the body began to decay and reverse, or it reformed. The point to where she then gained consciousness again and got out of the water.
So,
if she stayed in longer, she would have popped out of existence because she would have been unborn.
Did we not already assume that she was revived by the water?
I'm thinking she was revived by the water. And because she continuously bathes in the water, she's putting time further back. She's bathing just enough to remain this specific age that she's at. She's very young at the moment. Her body is very physically young.
well, whatever the case it may be, I feel like it'll be solved double over once we meet this lady figure she keeps talking about.
Perhaps.
Because if she's not the only one out here, I'd have to guess this lady would not only keep one person around. So there's bound to be more people out here. It's just... Don't you find it strange we haven't run into any of them?
What if we have, but we haven't been able to see them? What if they're in the distance looking and we haven't been able to notice them? What if they're looking at us right now, watching us, curious as to who we are in their lands, in their territory?
Everybody roll a perception check.
I rolled a perception check, but I didn't see them because I rolled an 11.
I rolled a 2. I'm too busy talking.
Cedric, roll a perception, please.
Is it
I'm too busy
nighttime?
talking. It is.
It is nighttime.
You have advantage.
Give me my
have
fucking advantage
advantage.
back. Doesn't matter. I rolled an 8 and a 1. I'm gonna die again today.
You're fine.
Replace
here
your
for you.
die. Oh, I need to replace my die into the funny eyeball.
Cedric, I have to let you know, right? You're like, I rolled an 8 and 1. It's Jover. Kaiasaya got an 8 And Fugler got a 12. You got a 17. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Let me mope in peace.
Why are you moping? Don't mope.
I'm too busy talking to even look, but I will continue on.
Chakna's also looking. Says, if there's anything out there, it's not watching us right now. I don't see anything.
No, there's that.
That doesn't
but
count.
I'm
I'm saying that.
Look, we are in his element, by the way. So if he says he sees nothing, we see nothing.
What you guys do see, however, is on the edge of the landing where the rock is, where Bubbles is at. You see Bubbles like trying to paw the water,
Like burning his hands.
No, he's like too afraid to touch it, and he's like he wants to. Like you see the cogs in his head is turning.
Hey,
Bubbles,
buddy.
Bubbles.
That might hurt you if you touch it.
Bubbles kind of just like looks up at all of you, and he just goes, "Murr," and you see his paw step on the water.
Jesus, Bubbles! Jesus!
You see Bubbles and looks at his paw, and he looks at his paw and looks at you. Look at his paw. He puts another paw on top. You then
He's literally.
He starts to walk on the water. Just fully, and he's kind of just like, Father, what does this mean, Father?
You are the chosen one, my little man.
I will shout out, Bubbles, I made a little warm spa in here if you want to swim in the water. That water is magic.
Immediately, Bubbles just runs over to the door and just slams inside, and he is inside the house.
Problem solved.
And then after a few seconds, after you have no visual on him, Fugler, you just hear a, Father, this water does it too.
Oh! Oh no! Kaisai, you have magic bathhouse water.
What?
Yeah. Bubbles just told me.
Fugler, that water was magically created. It was not there. That means the hollow spell might not just be on the water. It might literally be on everything here.
Well then Bubbles, how did Bubbles...
You saw, he can't physically go into the water because of the hollow spell. He walked on it. You might literally be able to walk on these butterflies that are flying by.
Den provided the context clues. There is some greater being here making the water, specifically the water, have the hollow spell on it. And probably
vice versa for other waters, so they have other effects.
I have no clue.
Finnegan, what do you think? You're the water expert here.
No, now you want his help.
Finnegan? Yeah, I said I've been taking samples, and he said he's been taking more samples than me, so I'm expecting him to do better than me at this.
Just cast the hollow spell and something as crazy as this, like the whole entire region, the whole continent. I don't think this is just in a localized area. I'd assume it would spread to the whole entire continent out into the ocean. Oh god, the ocean. What's going to happen to the ocean land and the water around this area in the next 100 to 200 years? Oh shit.
We need to talk to this lady.
We do.
Whatever is doing this to this water must be extremely powerful. I'm talking, it's got to be almost a deity at this point.
What?
Something like a deity bleeding into the water or some shit?
Maybe? I mean, there has been mysteries and tales of gods and goddesses bleeding and their blood was used to make miracles happen.
Which is, I don't mean to be extraneous. Yes, this is true. But also, have you seen the rivers here? What
It's
would
like
you
they're
call
fighting.
these?
I legitimately think these rivers are fighting for control. And at the very least, the bad ones, the tainted rivers, are losing. You saw how much purified water was here? The more we go in, the better it becomes. I haven't seen a single blotch of sludge water anywhere. Only
Well-
when we landed.
Hey Finnegan,
Yeah.
you
Well,
ever realize that? You ever
air
think that maybe
quotes,
the
better.
good water is actually losing because the bad water is pushing into the good water, and this is the sanctified refuge?
Maybe. I need to research and look at the other water sources, but as
We've
far as
only
I
been
can
here
tell,
a day. We can't really tell the ecosystem's balance. We don't know the landforms that have been happening here for probably, as old as that lady is, hundreds of thousands of years.
No. This is something that happened because of the moonfall. This is at least being affected by it.
Probably, if I had to guess. But wasn't the moonfall filled with evil and nastiness?
Well, for this continent, the root struck down the flying city.
Okay. Wasn't each root a different type of magic?
I'm not certain. I've only physically encountered one root. The roots itself were hollow.
Oh no.
And if I remember right, there in the center, there was a podium.
A podium?
Mm-hmm. It had writing on it.
Do you know what language it was in?
We didn't get a chance to read it. We were attacked.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
But if it's any coincidence, I'd be willing to say, yeah, that's probably what's happening.
But here's the thing. The Elven Flying City flew based on magic and engineering, not natural causes.
So what? You're saying some of the magic and engineering that was used to make the Elvish Flying City fly is bleeding out into the ecosystem out here, causing adverse pollution and making it look like magical mistakes, and somehow the right concoction got put together to make somebody reverse age?
I will gesture widely with her arms, gesturing just to the environment. How else can you explain all this? That is my theory.
My earball.
I'm sorry about that.
Where's your theory, Mixer Strixhaven?
Oh my god. Thanks
He's
for that,
lost his
Adrian.
marbles.
Thanks
Oh.
for that, Adrian. Huh?
you're welcome. Continue on. I'll go back to mute.
He sent me a Sheba. Anyways, okay, I gotta get back into character for a little bit. Oh god, I can't stop smiling.
Shiba, 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 Shiba.
There we go. Chibi. Well, I do think it's a good probable guess. Guess.
Good sheep, good sheep.
However, it does seem like a very big fucking coincidence. You know what I mean?
Sometimes the coincidence
Do you know
is
how many
the
things
answer.
would have to fall into the right places at the right time for that to happen? It seems too convenient.
Chocolate
But-
kind of just like rubs his chin and he just looks at you and says, "Seems like it's fate, isn't it?"
Those ladies sure do know how to make a really good joke.
Tell me about it. They also, it may be fate itself.
I don't know about that. I don't think they have anything to do with this.
It also-
They're probably eating popcorn and getting a shit show laugh out of what we're doing right now, trying to figure it out.
It also
I
may have been just pure fucking luck that this planet didn't die 30 years ago.
It's the best theory we have right now is probably what you were saying, Captain. It's probably some sort of magical engineering that's bleeding out into the environment.
I think it is. I think it's magical engineering bleeding out to the environment that is still also being affected by whatever the moonfall event in Septomi's done. From what I know, from what was recorded for history and sent to Strixhaven, different things slightly happened at each route. And you
Well-
saw a vision of what is happening right now at the last remaining route. We've heard of the stories of how that land is now a fucking wasteland.
Didn't Fugler is gonna look side to side and squint his eyes because he doesn't want to be mentioning this with prying you know what I'm gonna say it, knife ears.
Damn.
Yeah, no, I said it. I'm elf racist. Yeah, no, I am. What of it?
Anyway,
Do I see any people peeping? Peoples?
Roll a perception check, please.
you rolled a
I
15.
did. I rolled a
So you rolled a
15.
15.
Yes.
Not as far as you can tell.
Okay, I'm gonna be very, very quiet.
Very quiet.
Didn't Vorthecaron say not to kill the root because of the environment? Didn't he say something along those lines?
The environment is fucked because of the root.
Well, what if it doesn't need to be unfucked? I think that's the point he's trying to get at. Anyways, we should probably get some sleep. We can only do so much at night, and we have several hours till the sun rises.
Let's go eat. How about we go eat?
Where are you gonna eat?
What?
Fugler's thinking, he's repeating over and over, what are we gonna eat? Because he doesn't know what to cook.
Bookler, doesn't your tent come pre-made with food?
No.
Oh.
For shame.
Did you just say for shame?
That's what Kai Sai
Adrian, I already tried to put stuff in there before, but you said it got spat the fuck back out
it
when
does get spat out, yeah.
Yeah, no. It everything that I try to keep in the tent,
It's
it
spat
just
out.
spits back out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can eat in there. You can sleep in there. It's all nice and comfy, and it feels like a warm blanket is entirely wrapping around you. But
Mhm.
you can't store anything in there.
Mhm.
It doesn't
Well,
work
yeah.
like that. But Bayhorn, you know how to hunt anything?
I can certainly try.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna run into the bathhouse,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna use. Is Bubbles still in the bathtub?
You
Or is
see
he
him
trying
like
to?
he's like pawing at the water, like trying to get into it.
Poor baby
I'm
boy.
gonna like turn off the hot water, and I'm gonna say, as soon as this water gets cold, you need to get out, okay?
Yes, father.
And I'm going to cast Purify Food and Drink on the water.
Oh. Okay.
All
Assuming-
non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius sphere centered at a point of your choice within range is purified and rendered free of poison and disease. So I don't know if this gets rid of the magic, but I'm gonna try. Bubbles.
You see the holy energy of your purified food and drink just immerse itself around this water bathtub. You see it flash with light, and as the flashing light goes away, you're expecting Bubbles to be in the water. He's still on top of the water.
Oh. This is sadness. I'm sorry, buddy. I'll turn the water back on so you can sit on top. I really thought that would have worked. I'm so sorry, buddy.
It's okay, father. He kind of just curls up in a ball.
Oh. Poor little guy.
What you did?
I know. I can't help you. I'm so sad.
You see Finnegan walking behind you, and he just says, I'm assuming the water that was made with this magical spell is connected to the earth here, right?
If I had to assume, since it was used with an earth-given spell, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, ask Captain.
Do you have a
But
big
yeah,
enough bucket
no.
for Bubbles?
Big enough bucket for Bubbles?
Yeah.
Well, he's currently sitting on top of the tub, but he's not able to get into it.
You see Finnegan unravel his staff, and you see that the big blue orb is shining brightly. You see him just point the staff at the water, and the water starts to like drain itself, and eventually Bubbles kind of gets happy because he thinks he's sinking, and he's just like, oh, and he's just patting the water. Before you see Finnegan, after the water is drained, flick his staff one more time, and you see the orb kind of like start to spin, and the orb kind of shoots out a jet stream of natural water, and it starts to fill up the tub, when Bubbles is actually managing to sink into the water as the tub is filling up. But you see the orb on Finnegan's staff starts to shrink the more water gets put in. Eventually, as the water in the bathtub gets filled to the top, the orb is now about like half of its size that it normally once was.
So I guess you can only create so much water.
I can only hold so much water. I can create as much water as I want. Holding water in the staff is a little bit different. This water comes from my hometown. It's from Tidehome.
Bubbles, you should feel honored. Finnegan is letting you sit in the Tidehome water.
So it should be from the lake, bleeding into it, so it's fresh water. I don't know if he likes that because he's a shark and all, but at least it's something he can submerge himself into.
Oh no!
And we can actually have bathing water for a little bit, so we don't get affected by whatever the hell is out there. Unless you want to try it, I'm not gonna judge.
I agree. No, I completely agree. This bathing water should work more than enough. So
yeah. And don't worry about it
after-
getting dirty. I can always cleanse it after every use.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I can purify it afterwards if I need to, so we can get it back to you.
Nice.
But
Anyways,
I'm gonna go get some hot coals and put them under the bathtub.
sounds like a good idea. Do you need any help? Do you need any like firewood or anything?
Well, I don't want it to get too smoky in here, but if you want to go get firewood and put it on the fire out there after I take the coals so we can have more and so it stays hotter, sure.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. How do you think Bayhorn's doing? I know he had a rough time today.
Oh, he's probably fucked up. I'm gonna be completely honest. Yeah, no, that whenever we kind of went over it in Strixhaven and stuff, whenever, well, it's standard cleric and paladin, like psychological type stuff. It kind of fucks with a person a little bit. At least for a couple days afterwards, because they died. They saw God. Not a lot of people get to do that. I know we get to see them practically every other day, but like it's different around here. I'm pretty sure. The egg
Feels
on the
like
ship is responsible for that.
Yeah.
And he saw the judge. I'm pretty sure, anyways.
What do you think the scales tip towards? His or the other favor?
I'm not sure. We don't know much about Bayhorn's past, or probably more accurately, based on what they were judging him on, Zorzark's past. And from what I've heard, it's not pretty. So he was probably getting a negative review on Yelp, if I have to get. So he was probably being judged pretty harshly, and Mihor was probably about to send his ass to hell.
Which one do you think he'd go to?
Which Ring of Hell?
Yeah.
Greed? He was a thief.
That is true.
Greed sounds like a good one, probably. If not, Pride? Pride? Yeah, maybe.
Pride.
Zorzark was very prideful when we faced him, right? So
He definitely was.
he's one of those. Greed or pride, probably, because those two seem to be the biggest factors that Zorzark had in his previous life. But Bayhorn himself, I get the feeling if he spends another 200 years going the way he is, his scales might tip back in his favor. He's a good person. He needs time to be a good person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Just
I just hope he
because
doesn't. I just hope he doesn't beat himself over.
I sincerely hope he doesn't even consider that. That's not him. That's someone else whose memories he's absorbing practically. You know what I mean? He's, in all honesty, almost grown into an entirely different person. An entirely his own person. You know what I mean? A good-natured fella who's always trying to help the people around him. Maybe he steals gold and stuff, but really it's just so we can keep going.
Yeah.
And he only steals from those who have way more than they want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Anyways, we'll leave you to it.
Alright.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go get those hot coals. Can you, like I said, put the firewood on there?
Yeah, I will. I'll take care of it.
Rad. But yeah, Fukler's gonna go outside and mess with this fire right here and try and steal some hot coals and bring it back into the bath holes. Roll a survival check.
Yeah, just something simple to see how much coals you can get before they crumble.
I'm gonna burn the shit out of my hand. 16.
16?
Yeah.
With the 16, it's a little bit hot. You definitely are feeling a little bit of burns. Thankfully, your Dragonborn-like scales do help you a little bit. Not as much as you expect, because you're not a red Dragonborn. You're a white Dragonborn. So if these were cold, it'd be a little bit different story. You start to ooh, ooh, ow, 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 and you start to quickly rush over to the bathtub, and you kind of just put them under there.
Yeah, no. Like hot.
Well,
But yeah. Is Bubbles nice and comfy in the warm water now?
oh, he's swimming laps.
Little
He is ecstatic that there's water that he can swim in right now.
guy. Also, I don't know if Finnegan's gonna tell the captain, but I am if he doesn't. We have bathing water that doesn't turn you younger when you get in it. Courtesy of Mr. Finnegan here. Shelby?
Hmm?
You there?
Sorry if my thingy flipped.
Oh,
What'd you say?
Bob? I said we have bathing water courtesy of Mr. Finnegan here.
Nice.
Yeah.
First things first.
And,
Dinner.
Dinner? What's for dinner? I don't know. Get for dinner. Dinner.
What's for dinner, Fookler?
I don't fucking know. Bayhorn,
Yes.
what do you think we should hunt for dinner? You're helping me.
Bayhorn's not there anymore.
Yeah, what the fuck you mean? You're on the
Where'd he
map.
Did anybody roll anything higher than a 24 for a perception check?
Did you roll a stealth check?
Yeah.
God damn,
Yeah.
you
25.
literally
Where the
12 minutes
fuck
ago.
are you?
Damn, that's crazy.
that's wild.
Where the hell are you?
Damn.
You would have seen Bayhorn trek to the northeast
Bayhorn?
before you eventually lose sight of him, either because of the tree line or some other trick he has.
She'll just point in the direction he left to Fookler. He went that way.
Yeah, you see him just barely as he's exiting out of your fetal, goes through the tree line. Kind of side.
Fetal view.
You know, I pointed out.
Holy shit.
Oh, hello, Starling. Hello,
Hello.
Shelby, there.
I'm here.
Okay, my Discord decided to have a fucky wucky.
Yeah, I already did that. That's what happened to me.
Okay, as I was saying before, I was so rudely cut off thanks to Discord. You barely see the silhouette of Bayhorn, getting out into the distance of the northeastern tree line.
Yeah, I
So what do
point
you
that
do,
out to
Tyson?
Fookler. I point that out to Fookler. And I tell him, he went that way.
Choctaw
Oh.
kind of looks over at you, Fukler, and says, I think he should have a little one-on-one with one of his friends. I think you're the right man for the job.
Maybe. Alright. If I can find him, that is. Actually, no, I have true sight. Oh my god.
Doesn't work against stealth, doesn't it?
No.
Not against stealth, but if you ever turn invisible or whatnot, then he can see you.
I can see you. Plus, I can see
I-
better in the dark. Yeah, no,
I
true
can
sight allows
smell
me to
you.
see in the dark.
Yep. Well, time to put up that iPad.
Even in magical darkness, I can see. So, in the dark, I do not have disadvantage on perception. I can smee. I'm gonna follow after Bayhorn. Try and see where he went. And I'm gonna trot off.
Okay. Tyson, are you going to follow or are you going to stay behind?
I'm gonna stay.
Okay. Isolde kind of like wraps her arms on her, around herself, and she kind of just looks over at the direction and just says, I think he'll be fine with just Fukler.
I'd stay.
Hello.
YouTube is having some fun time, and Discord,
YouTube.
I don't know what's going on.
YouTube having strong.
Yeah, the internet's having some fun right now. I'm not too sure what's going on with Starlink. you see Finnegan and Tiana are also like chatting as they're going to collect some firewood elsewhere. Chakna kind of just like wraps around you, Kaisaya. And he just says, let's go inside for a minute. Let's try to recollect ourselves. Try to figure out our next step.
Okay.
Fukler, as you're currently on the way chasing Bayhorn down, Bayhorn, are you letting yourself be known, or you're trying to stealth your way away from the group?
I am not aware people want to follow me, so I'm just stealthing against
Okay.
everything.
Okay.
Should I roll another stealth check to keep hidden?
Yeah, please.
You'll never find me.
God
All right.
fucking damn it. Well, I get lost in the woods.
Fukler,
You
go
can
ahead
attempt
and
to
roll
roll a perception check to get a
a
natural
perception
20.
check, brother. Damn.
Yeah, no, I don't see his ass.
You lost me.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
Fukler.
You
feel
see,
like you were.
see a shadow that looks like me, and you go that way instead.
Wow. I find a dummy that looks very convincingly like Bayhorn, but it's not. Hey, buddy, how are you doing?
No, you find a bear that looks like me, and then you have to go fight a bear.
Oh, shit. That's probably the
Bro.
natural one. That's probably the natural
Yeah.
one.
Like a wild animal.
I would say, Fukler, you spend like a good 5 minutes trying to find your way through the forest before you're like, if you get a little bit too far, you might actually lose your way. So, do you wish to turn back now, or you wish to make one more attempt on tracking him?
I want to make one more attempt.
Okay.
Kia.
Biden, black, nothing.
I get even loster.
Even
I mean,
lost.
you get slightly less lost.
Eventually, as you're currently like making your way about,
Why did Why?
you do hear a few like snaps of like tree bark around you, and you kind of whip your head around and you're thinking that might be Bayhorn. However, as soon as you turn around, trigger warning for Shelby, you see this massive, this 25-foot large beast of a spider just looking at you.
Delicious. If dungeons and what is it? What's the anime? Pergur. What dungeon? Meshy dungeon. One eat all the time. I forgot.
Big ass wolf.
Kind of.
The one that
No.
wants to eat everything.
No. One where they go in dungeon and they eat like everything.
Yeah,
Autistic
Delicious
Knight.
in Dungeon. Delicious in
Autistic-
Dungeon.
Yes, delicious in
Yeah.
dungeon.
That's a good one.
Autistic Knight. Everybody who says is a lesbian elf.
Lesbian elf.
Yeah, no.
Weird
Dwarf that
woman.
loves cooking. Racist halfling.
Racist halfling, yeah. As soon as you see the giant spider in front of you, with its big, like almost like pearl beady eyes, and its giant maw, and its like pincers like snapping at you, what are you gonna do?
Do I think I could take it?
Roll a insight check for me, please.
This is how Fukler does. This is how Fukler does.
Please don't die.
Fukler,
Huh.
you feel like you can take it and not even break a sweat.
Let's go.
However, as you are starting to like ready yourself for your fight, you start to like see the spider in front of you start to pull out like an oversized tome, and you just hear it speak in common. Good evening, my good sir.
Whoa.
Do you wish to sit down for a tale?
Yes. I will never get another experience like this ever again. So whatever story you have to tell me, I'm willing to listen to. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know you could talk. Hello?
Hello. I think he
Hello?
died.
Hello? Hello?
There he is.
Adrian? Hello?
Hello?
Did you hear my entire monologue?
I heard your monologue, but I'm just like, it's starting to break up. Hold on a second.
And basically said, I will never get another experience like this ever again, and I'm willing to listen to whatever story you have to tell me. However, I'm gonna add this on. If you eat me, I will fight back.
With a dirty 20, do I somehow like sense a disturbance in the woods as I'm trekking through it?
I am being very loud while saying this because I have found a talking spider. Is it a jumping spider? Is it like have the big 4 cute eyes?
Yes, it's like a big ass jumpy.
Big puppy.
Big puppy. You
big
see him like flip with his like 2 little hands in front of him, like flip some pages. Bayhorn, you do like notice with your perception check, like there's like a huge shadow out in the distance, about like 60 feet away from me, and you're kind of just like, that might be just big old rock, or it could be something else. You're not too sure. However,
Father is going to be away for a small minute. I have found a talking spider in the woods, and it is willing to tell me a story time. If it is a cursed fae, please inform me now.
All you hear from Bubbles is...
I'm assuming he is having a fun time in the bathtub. Okay.
You hear from this creature, this spider. Are you ready to sit down, my child, for the story?
Okay, yes, but are you gonna eat me?
Why would I ever eat you, my child?
Well, usually spiders like to catch people in webs and like lure them into traps. And I'm gonna be honest, this doesn't seem like the most safe of activities in the woods at night.
Do I
Strange
look
spider
intimidating
comes up to me and offers me a story. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Do I look that intimidating? Should I put on some sort of pollen makeup to look less intimidating?
No need. Go ahead. Whatever story you have, I'm willing to listen.
If you listen to my tale, young one, I will get you some shelter for the night. He gently brushes over the fabled ink in the old tome in front of him, and he begins to ring aloud. His voice is like an eerie blend of chittering echoes and soft whispers due to like his chittering coming from his spider-like mouth. In the days when gods walked among mortals and the very air hummed with arcane energy, there existed a city known as Elvarash. Its spires touched the heavens, and its streets were paved with luminescent stones that sang underfoot. The yarn spinner pauses for a minute. Its eyes are reflecting in the moonlight and almost kind of look like pools. And you see that he is currently lost in thought. He's kind of like envisioning his own story within his head. The people of Elvarash were gifted, their hearts attuned to the world's pulse. They crafted wonders, mirrors that captured dreams, gardens that bloomed with thoughts, and libraries where books wrote themselves. You hear like a soft rustle nearby, and as soon as you kind of like look over with when the yarn spinner is still talking, you eventually kind of see like a familiar looking elf with blue hair, and he has like...
Don't make yourself known.
He's kind of like trying to stay hidden while he's out and about. However, the yarn spinner continues.
I don't really notice him.
He does not see him.
He does not see. However, Bayhorn, you did walk into this, and you hear this giant spider speaking his story to Fukler, who's currently just engrossed and sitting down in front of him. But pride birthed hubris in their quest for protection. They sought to bind a deity to harness divine essence for their own design. Warnings that unheeded, and rituals commenced under blood-red moons. The Bound's god's wrath was swift. Chains of magic shattered, unleashing torrents of raw power. Elvarash crumbled. Its songs turned into wails as its lights began to snuff out, the calamity had begun. The silence is almost deafening, as the air is now turning a little bit thick and heavy. Even the forest itself stops, and it seems like it's holding its breath. You see the yarn spinner with one of its mouth pincers close the book with a heavy thud. Its gaze is settling on you, and also in a different direction, but you're not exactly too sure what it's looking at. And Cedric, or Bayhorn, you notice that the big beady eyes of this spider is looking right at you.
Bayhorn's climbing into a nearby tree to listen.
5
Yeah,
out
but
of
he
5
noticed
stars.
it.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't show any fear because I'll notice he notices me, but I don't show any fear about it.
You
I'm
hear
just
the
like,
yarn
"I'm
spinner
listen, I'm not here to
continue.
attack you."
Stories are threads that bind the past to the present. They warn, they teach, they help you remember. You hear a chittering, kind of chuckle coming from the yarn spinner in front of you as he starts to shuffle his big abdomen appendix behind him. And you see him starting to rustle and start to get up a little bit. His legs are towering over you as every single one of his legs must be 7 to 10 feet tall.
Jesus.
This
Too
is one
tall.
huge spider.
Also, I like the story. I'm gonna be honest. You know what? This is a wheel of cheese I recently got. I don't know if spiders eat cheese, but I'm gonna cut a fourth of it off and then give it to the spider. Good story. I like the listening.
Thank you for the patronage, young one. And for that, I shall leave you a gift as well, in kind. You see his adamant start to lift up a little bit, as now, what you once thought his legs were 7 to 10 feet tall, he stretches fully, towering over the canopy of forest. Kayasaya, you hear rustling coming from within the forest, and you hear all sorts of birds and other creatures start to run away. Do you look?
Yeah.
As you look, you don't even need to roll perception. In the guiding moonlight, you see a huge silhouette of a giant insectoid-like creature coming from above the tree canopy as it starts to shake and start to move. And you hear the yarn spinner tell you, Fugler, enjoy your surface hut for tonight, young one. Do not stay out too long. For the King Guard, for the Kind Guard, make its rounds. And as he leaves, behind his adamant, he spun you a webbed hut. A small hut, enough for probably 1 to 2 people to go inside it.
Like a trap.
So Kayasaya is seeing this.
Seems like a trap.
She knows it's in the same direction Bayhorn and Kugler went in, right?
Yes.
That dude was really cool though. I liked him. He was pretty chill.
Kayasaya, nervous, especially with what happened earlier today, just kind of says, "Oh no," and just runs after them.
Shotgun kind of looks over you and he just starts running. Finnegan and Tiana come back with more firewood for the overhead fire, and Ysolde kind of looks at you guys and she just goes, "What's going on? What's wrong?" Choctaw just points at all of them and says, "Take care of the camp. I'm going to go with her. There might be something wrong. Keep an ear out for your combat, Finnegan." And he just runs off with you.
I'm gonna look inside of the hut to see what type of spider silk it's made. To see if it's
made...
fine silk.
Yeah. Give me 1 second here.
Duty.
Let me see here. So, as you look over at the hut, you see the hut is small enough to fit in a 10-foot cube. You could fit in it and sleep comfortable. You and somebody else might be a tight squeeze, 3 people. Probably not. You see that it's an actual open and closable door, and you don't hear it lock, but you can actually like open like a door made out of like stringy web. There's no spiders in there like hiding inside the web. This is like pure, freshly webbed silk.
This is so cool. I gotta.
You could also tell, based off of your Arcana base, that this web is magical in nature. It's not easily burned or destroyed.
Ooh. That spider dude was really cool, though. I'm pretty sure I've been to one of the places he's talked about in Strixhaven. The library where books write themselves. Wasn't it the Lion, the Witch, and the Warlock?
The Lion, the Witch, and the Warlock, yes.
Yeah. Wasn't there like a third one coming out?
There was, but you remember that in Strixhaven the books didn't write themselves. He was talking about something completely different.
They were copying themselves, though.
They were copying themselves, but they don't like write original stories themselves.
Oh.
What he was referring to was a whole different thing.
Okay.
Which,
So
actually, roll me a religion check, please.
Oh boy. I should stop using the Eye of Vecna. I should really stop using this eyeball.
What did you roll?
I rolled this 8.
An 8?
Yes.
It kind of escapes you. You do know that in one of the many afterlives, there is supposedly some sort of magical library that contains all manner of knowledge. And also as like a little hint, it's kind of like that SCP library that writes books in people's futures.
Is it the Black Library in Warhammer that has all
no.
Warhammer lore basically in it?
Kinda.
Yeah, no. The Black Library in Warhammer is a part of the Webway, which is guarded by the Dark Eldar, god of trickery. Basically, it's everything that has ever been known and ever will be known in the universe.
Honestly, that's kind of like how it is. That you can surmise it that to yourself then.
Yeah, no.
But yeah,
and it's a website that people use to buy Warhammer books.
Nice. So beyond that, you see the web weave or the yarn spinner creature in front of you just start to. You hear the big old thud, the thunks of like his large legs just hitting down the ground and the dirt as he just wanders somewhere north.
What a nice chap. He was pretty cool.
Eventually, though, after like a minute or two, as you're kind of just like watching him leave, you hear the rustling and bustling of both Chakna and Kaisai running towards you, as they're both in like a battle-ready stance. But Kaisai, as soon as you arrive, Fukler's alone, except he's standing next to a hut made out of silk or spider web.
You're okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Chakna kind of looks around. He's like, "Where's Bayhorn?"
He's somewhere. I'm pretty sure the spider was looking at him, but I don't really know. That spider was telling me some pretty cool stories.
Wait, the spider talked?
Yeah. It talked to me and told me stories. He's a pretty chill dude. I gave him a piece of cheese for his troubles, and he just left me a hut.
Huh.
He's a cool guy. I liked him. I don't know how I just wandered into him out here. I was looking for Bayhorn.
You see Chakna like hit his comm badge, and he just says, "Bayhorn, where are you? Are you safe?"
Yeah, I'm okay.
Are you nearby? Are you at camp?
No. I saw the big spider Yower almost saw.
How'd you know we saw a spider?
Well, if you look
Are
in
you
the
nearby?
tree, maybe a little to your right and a lot up, you'll see a dagger in that tree.
Are you up there?
No, I was.
You should probably get back now. It's getting fairly late.
I will. I found something.
What'd you find?
Maybe. Adrian,
Mm-hmm.
can I find tracks of an animal with a 9 survival check?
With a 9?
Yeah.
No.
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 Can I perceive animals?
You could roll perception.
No.
Yeah, you see a giant spider leaving your direction.
Alright, well, I'll wander around a little more and then head back.
You guys are kind of turning into robots.
Oh no. No robot.
Nothing is real. Nothing is real. Everything is fake.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you fucking Dalek.
Did you just
Exterminate.
call him a Dalek? Or a Dalek?
Yeah.
Jesus. I don't know if I should be offended.
You should probably be a little happy that I know what that is.
You should
I
be
I I
you should
am
be
a little
unhappy
happy.
that Cedric, you should be unhappy that I have custom weeping angels in my world, so be careful, buddy.
Time to draft up a new character.
God damn.
Let's go gambling. Preston? Hello?
Preston?
Cedric?
He's dead.
Preston?
He left the YouTube.
Preston! I hope his power didn't go out. Is it hot over there right now, Cedric?
No.
Always hot over here. What do you mean?
I mean,
It's
like,
Texas.
hotter than it should be.
It's Texas.
95 degrees, so no.
I think his
Pretty-
power blipped. Because he's not
Damn.
responding either. Give me a second here. Gotta recompose myself and get myself ready.
What happened?
He's getting some stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting stuff right.
You'll never believe it.
What?
I did it again for shits and giggles, and that's what I rolled.
See? See? As I say, the dice giveth, the dice taketh.
I got one really shit stat, but the
Exactly.
other ones are so.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
I'm finna just roll with that. For funsies.
Hello?
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 Okay.
Are you good?
Yes. Alright, let us continue.
Alright. Let us continue with everything.
I have an intelligence of 8.
Dumb as
This is
rocks.
canonically
Dumb
correct.
as rocks.
Dumb as rocks.
Brother likes to chew on stones.
Listen, okay. You don't have to be so mean.
Jesus. Oh, Preston, how'd you like that little thing that I sent you earlier when you were monologuing, talking about stuff?
If it means what I think it means, that's super fucking hilarious.
I was over here listening. I was like, I'm going to send him this. He's going to take it one way or the other.
If it means what I think it means, holy fucking shit. Oh, man.
I want to be a Goliath paladin that just shows up. That's my goal.
Alright, what god would you worship?
The crown.
Oh, he technically doesn't need a
That's-
god.
You can.
Which
I don't
crown?
know.
The queen.
Dude, there's like several different queens on this planet.
No, the queen. Like the only one we've actually met right now.
Hmm.
Aqua.
Okay. I know. Hmm.
Hmm.
Butternut Box, made using human quality ingredients and always served
butternut
fresh,
box. What the
which
fuck?
means
If Chakna wasn't based on an indigenous culture and like spiritual beliefs like that, I think he would worship Vosen.
Bosun.
Vosen.
All right. So back from our break. All right. Y'all have reconvened with Bayhorn. Actually,
They
no,
have not
you've all
done-
reconvened. You've all reconvened with Fukler in this clearing.
What kind of story
Yeah,
did
no-
the spider tell you?
He told me about this place from a long, long time ago called Elverash.
Do I recognize
pretty-
the name?
Roll a history check.
It's probably in like little kid stories and stuff. If I had to
19?
guess.
19. No, you haven't heard of it.
It sounds pretty true because he was telling it like it was from the Calamity.
What?
Yeah, no. Yeah, he said the Calamity happened. And he was reading out of this big ass book.
Huh.
I like that dude. I hope we meet again. It's just, if I meet a different one, I hope they don't have different intentions and intend to eat me. This dude was really chill though. Big old jumping spider. I wasn't able to find Bayhorn though. I'm kind of disappointed.
That's okay. How about we go back, get some food, and get some sleep?
Okay. I actually don't know what I was trying to hunt out here. I wasn't able to find much.
We'll just eat some rations.
I'd
Alright, Saya, we'll head back.
Okay. As everyone heads back into tow, you see that like waiting at like the open like area. You see the B team, I guess I could say. Finnegan, Tiana, and Solde looking at you. Tiana kind of like raises her hand and says, "You find everything all right?
Yeah.
no.
What was all out there? We thought we heard some shambling and a big shadow came overhead."
Dude, Tiana, dude, it was like a giant ass spider.
Really?
Yeah, no, it told me a story.
Surprised it didn't eat you.
I am too. I'm gonna be honest. It left me a little hut out there. I think he was
Oh.
trying to be nice.
Where's the other one?
Bayhorn? No clue.
Right here, what do
Homie
you
could
mean?
be in there. He's in the
What?
tree.
Are you there with them, Bayhorn?
As they turn around, you see Bayhorn sitting by the fire they made, warming his hands.
Oh, when the hell did you get there?
I've been
Why do
here
you
for a
keep
while.
doing that? Why do you keep stop it?
Hey man, you're the one with the magical eye.
This is true.
He's fine there.
You know what?
Solde like kind of sits next to you and she says, "You need to stop worrying. You need to stop making us worry about you. What's
I
wrong?
want to go hunt for food.
It seems like you did more than just that. Why are you brooding?
I'm not
Uh-oh.
brooding.
I can tell when you're brooding. I known you longer than you've known yourself.
That's not fair. I'm quite literally not myself yet.
Then you should listen to me and understand why I'm worried." What's wrong?
The scales did not tip in my favor. I have much work to do.
And do you think sulking around and being depressed is going to do anything about it?
I don't know what's gonna help right now.
I don't mean to interject, but
Something Mama Fukler always told me. Can you do anything about it in the immediate moment? Like,
No.
right now. Right now. No? Then why worry about it? If it's out of your control at this point in time, why are you letting it weigh down on your conscience? It's out of your hands. The only thing you can do is probably make it better over time. Whatever it is, anyways. You see what I'm saying?
Isolde kind of looks over at you, and she says, "Are you sure you're 19?"
Pretty, no, I'm gonna be honest. No. I'm not really sure about that, gonna be real.
Well,
I need to do that meditation thing again, kind of.
since we're all around and we have some time together, she kind of like starts stumbling into her bag of holding, and she pulls out what looks to be this like greenish bottle with like a bottom basin of like wood and like some rope connecting the bottom basin and like the middle of the bottle with like a cork on top.
Why?
Here, and she hands it over to you, Fukler, or not Fukler, Bayhorn.
Wine.
Huh.
It's your favorite, or at least it was. Frost Kiss Ale. Named after the goddess Oruli, the Frost Maiden. Cold and sour taste. I don't really like it, but it's one of your favorites.
Finnegan, do you have any more bottles from Kyrian?
Yeah, I got a few. Why?
I'm pretty sure I have like 1 or 2 left on the ship.
Let me
Do
take
you
a
have
look.
any that aren't from Kyrian?
He kind of looks through his like little bag of holding as well. I do. I got a bottle right here.
That isn't from Kyrian or is?
It isn't.
Awesome sauce. Fugler will take it. I'll pay you back later.
All right. I
We
assume
can't
we're gonna
really
have a
do
drink by the
anything.
fire, right?
Yep. I assume you want to drink, Finnegan?
You know what? Sure. Haven't had a drink in a while.
Hell yeah. Chocna, Captain.
No.
You sure? Feel like everybody's had a pretty stressful day today.
I try not to drink anymore.
Okay.
She only says that because every time she gets a little tipsy, she crawls all over me.
Actually,
Yeah, no drinks for Kaiosai. We don't have to see that.
actually, that's not why I don't drink anymore.
Is the same reason you don't drink the same reason you don't eat meat?
No.
No? Is the meat thing religious? I just want to ask.
It's for him religious. For me, it's because it's his preferred diet.
Understood. What was I gonna say? Chocna, do you want some?
No, thank you. I appreciate it, though.
It's no problem, homie.
You hear
Well-
Kiana just goes, well, more for me.
Exactly. Does anybody have a bottle opener?
A bottle opener? You can use a dagger.
I mean, yeah, but sometimes that like gets the cork everywhere and then you can't open the bottle. I do have a trick. I have a trick. Fukler is gonna take the Sable Theorem blade he has.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
He's gonna put it. Actually, no. He's gonna stick. Wait a minute.
Wait a
Okay.
minute.
Yeah, no.
Not here.
Okay. Fukler is going to use his cold breath on the top of the bottle. Okay. And then he's going to put his Sable Theorem blade in the fire, right? Okay.
Okay. Oh,
And
hold
then, after blowing on the top of the cork,
and making the bottom of the bottle, well, not the bottom. You there?
Yeah, we're here.
You put the hot thing right below the cork, and you make the top of the cork really cold, so it condenses the cork. He's gonna try and pull the cork out after that. It should work.
In a few fluid motions, with your opening technique, you manage to actually you clock open and you open up the corking, and the bottle is now open.
Rad.
Ironically,
way
there
we can
was a
recork
faster
it
way to
later.
do that.
How? You have mage hand or something?
Yes.
Damn it.
You had to ruin his cool moment, huh,
I
Captain?
let him have the moment. I'm just letting him know afterwards.
Oh, it's ruined now.
Ruined it. Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Well, time for me to start drinking. And I don't know when I'm going to go to bed. So, Booger's going to down some wine.
Isaiah will eat her ration.
You see Isolde kind of just like sitting next to Bayhorn and also nibbling on some rations as well.
Ooh. If it wasn't in some sort of cursed woods, tonight it would actually be really cool. We don't go camping much anymore.
Don't need to.
Finnegan kind of looks at you. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need to because of the ship.
Exactly. Which is why I like it sometimes. Then again, I guess with my new tent, it's more glamping than camping. But I don't care.
What's glamping?
Glamour camping. It's when nobles go camping.
Oh, so you're a noble.
No, I stole this from a noble, I'm pretty sure.
Ah.
But don't tell them. It was one of the things to come out of the bag of fuck-ups.
I mean, we're around a campfire. You wanna?
Ooh!
We're gonna pull us from the bag of fuck-ups again?
Oh
Yep.
boy.
It's D100, right?
Yeah. You know, I would say as you're like fumbling through the bag, as much as I would like to, I really don't want to swim in that water. That water looks so inviting, but
Mm-mm.
yeah.
No, you'd turn into like a baby or something.
I was about to say possibly. I mean, but if that water were normal, oh man, I'd be taking a dip right now.
Dude, same. I love swimming. Too
But
bad
anyways,
with armor I sink. Actually, no! No, I don't anymore!
You don't. You float.
I forgot! And Fugler's gonna be reaching his hand in the bag. 25.
25?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roll me 3d8s.
3 of them?
Yeah, 3d8s.
8, 8, and 3. 19.
19. You start to like wade yourself in there, and you feel like a bunch of fabrics, soft, silky, kind of like rough a little bit. You're not too sure exactly what you're getting. You kind of go around and you just immediately feel something nice and silky, and you just grab it and you yank it out, and it's a long gown dress, and you kind of like unfurl it, you fold it up, and you kind of like stand up and you look at it. It's a wedding dress.
You just ruined someone's wedding, Kukler.
Oh, Bayhorn, wouldn't I look so pretty in this? He's like holding it up to himself.
You see Isolde
Finnegan,
kind of
what
like
do you
taking a. You see Isolde taking a swig of a little bit of ale, and she kind of just says, "I'll pay you 25 gold if you wear it."
You know I'm like 8 feet tall, right?
Oh, then you'll definitely show some of your ankles. Oh man.
Oh wow! Oh no, more like my thighs.
More the merrier. And she just raises her bottle.
Alright. Fugler's gonna go into his tent and try and begrudgingly change into the wedding dress.
So, with your newfound size of being a muscle-bounded dragonborn, you realize that it's not really fitting as properly. So you start to waddle out, and you're like, "Guys, it's not fitting."
I'm too big.
You flex, and you hear ripping
Where is the ripping located?
everywhere.
Oh no.
You start to see tears on like the stomach where the breast should lay in, where the back. You see like your waist is like starting to protrude out, and your muscles are starting to spread out, and you just hear Isolde and Tiana just go, "Woo, yeah!"
I'm so exposed. Alright. Before I change out of what was formerly a wedding dress, let's go in the bag one more time.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what's in the bag one more time. 5.
5. Okay.
Just 5.
Just 5. Go ahead and roll me 2d8.
7. Bayhorn, don't
7?
you think I look good in this wedding dress?
You start to roll your arm in there, and then roll me 2d6.
What?
Roll me 2d6.
This has never happened before. Uh-oh. 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
As you start to like roll around, you start to feel something like kind of fleshy and soft, and you're like, "That's kind of weird." But there's nothing else to grab, so you kind of just grab it, and you kind of have to yank it a little bit, and you pull something out. You pull out what looks to be a freshly placed head on a stick.
Okay.
You
The
know,
head looks like a mangled man. His scalp was completely removed. The stick is like up from like where his throat would go up, and you see the stick protruding through his mouth.
Um.
you know, this was kind of unexpected. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sobered up a little bit. No one I recognize, right?
Make a history check, I guess.
Oh,
Let's
12.
12. No.
natural
Guys,
20.
I rolled a natural 20.
Nat 20 for 29.
Kaisai, you
Oh shit.
definitely do not know who this is.
Oh. I have no idea who that is either.
You have no idea who it is.
Call me a sick, twisted bastard if you want, but I am hella curious.
Don't throw it into the water.
I'm not going to throw it into the water. I'm going to dip it into the
What?
water. Look, this will answer our problems, okay? We
Really?
were all wondering it anyways. If that
Really?
if that elf girl was like dead before, this will answer that, wouldn't
I
it?
feel like you should give him a proper burial, cremate him or something.
Remove the stick
you're
from
right,
him.
you're right. Well, no, the stick seems to be going through the top of his skull, and Fukler's gonna like put his index finger on the
Yeah,
pointing
it's kind of
top.
odd. So you know how like some people, like some tribes, would put like a head on a stick, and it's like the head is like upward. This one, it's
Yeah.
like backwards. Like this, the stick went through his skull, and it protrudes out through his mouth. It's like reversed.
Okay. He has a jaw piercing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go bury you. I'll be right back. Bayhorn, pull something out of the bag.
as Spookler goes and finds a small corner of the area to dig.
A
Bayhorn, 13.
Lucky number 13.
Mm-hmm.
Bayhorn?
Don't tell me a third heart attack.
No. No, you fucking idiot.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. You're not an idiot. You're a fun guy. You're a fun guy. Go ahead. Phenomena.
Do, 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 do.
I'm gonna
No,
pull
no,
out
no.
a fucking lightsaber.
No.
That'd be
What if
really
there
cool.
was what if there was an artifact called a Stormtrooper's blaster rifle, and on a
You
hit
could just start
it
blast.
does 3d10 damage. However, you have the accuracy of a Stormtrooper while holding this rifle. Since they're all canonically fucking horrible at aiming.
Give me 1 second here. I have to pull out another table here. It's taking
I
a
don't
while
like
to
how
load.
he has to pull out separate tables, guys.
I'm sorry, it just has to.
I think I'm gonna die now.
No, you're not. Calm down.
Hello?
Hello?
Hold on. Okay. Cedric, roll me a d12.
Did Cedric just get something goaded?
I don't think I remember ever having to roll a d12 for the bag of fuck ups. Wrong dice. Oh good, my lucky number. What does my lucky number give me?
Your lucky number's 4.
Yeah. We went over this. It's the irony is palpable here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright.
Gonna be something ironic.
Do I get 4 hand grenades?
Can you imagine? No, you don't get 4 hand grenades.
You already have
Alright.
handguns.
Roll me one more d6, please.
6.
Damn, dude.
You suddenly reach into the bag and you start to feel around. And at first you're like, this just feels like a bunch of sticks. And then one of them like suddenly like pokes you and you're like, ow. You immediately go and grab it. You immediately grab it and pull it out, and you pull out what looks to be like this wicked like black oak like like stick staff that is wrapped around with like some cloth binding, with multiple black sticks of the same caliber, that points up to like small little branches that consistently give out this black smoke, but nothing's burning.
Roll an arcana check on it. A 16.
16. It's definitely magical. You just have no idea what the hell it is.
Okay, I'm
What's
back
the roll?
from burying him.
20.
And I got some other sticks, and I like kind of made a cross. What'd you pull
Uh,
out? What is that?
Does it look familiar?
Doesn't look familiar at all. Looks odd.
I rolled a
Do I
20.
recognize it in any way, shape, or form?
You don't recognize it either, unless you want to roll a religion check or a history check.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh, I don't think I know it.
14.
I sense magic coming from it, right? With the 20
Yes,
on
you do.
Arcana? Okay, I'm gonna just
Yeah.
cast Identify on it.
Okay. Ritual or just immediately?
I'm gonna immediately cast it.
Okay. You get the magical scribing within your mind that this is called a Gulathia staff. It requires attunement. It's a staff. It is made from the branches of a Gulithias tree. A Gulithia staff is a spongy black length of wood. Its evil makes beasts visibly uncomfortable within 30 feet of it. The staff has 10 charges and it regains 1d6 plus 4 of its charges at dusk. If the staff is broken or burned to ashes, its wood lets out a terrible, inhuman scream that can be heard out to a range of 300 feet. All blights that can hear the scream immediately wither and die. It also comes with Vampiric Strike. The staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff. On a hit, it deals damage as a normal quarterstaff, and you could expend 1 charge to regain a number of hit points equal of damage dealt by the weapon. Each time a charge is spent, red blood oozes from the staff's pores, and you must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be afflicted with short-term madness. You are also, while you're attuned to the staff, blights and other evil plant-like creatures don't regard you as hostile unless you harm them.
Wait, how do you spell the first word in it?
Gulthias.
Gulthias tree?
Oh, it's not a
Gulthias
thing.
staff.
Is it
Bayhorn?
rude?
So Bayhorn, you're just holding this weird, evil-looking staff in your hand.
Bayhorn.
Aw.
You should probably put that away.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's a magical staff, for one. It's pretty evil.
Uh-huh.
I do not recommend you use that. I recommend no one uses it.
But what is it?
It's a Gothic staff.
What is that?
Yeah, what is it? That looks violently evil, I'm gonna be honest.
I am not too sure why I can't add it to your
Yeah, it's not a
character
thing.
sheet. Yeah, it's a thing. It's definitely a
No,
magical
like-
item. You can search it up, but
No, I already looked it up, but it's like you can't look it up in the.
yeah, it's a little bit odd. But you have it.
I highly recommend you get rid of it. It's bad. It's just bad.
But what is it?
It's a magical staff with really bad magical effects, and it's evil.
Okay, so what are the magical effects?
Well, it can cause short-term memory, or no, short-term madness. It causes evil plants to not regard you as hostile.
Oh, cool.
But it slowly will drive you mad.
I'm gonna go dip it in the water.
You can dip in the water.
I'm gonna go dip it in the water.
All right. You go and dip it in the water, and you notice that the black inkiness on it starts to like dissipate into the water itself.
Spreading in the water, or is it
It's
just?
kind of spreading, yeah, a little bit.
Okay, what if I take it back out? Does the water overtake it?
As you take it back out, you notice that the water is starting to overtake it and eventually destroy the black inkiness.
What if I submerge the whole head of the staff in there?
You go ahead and submerge the whole entire head of the staff. You notice that the water is like you see the inkiness is starting to like spread around, but the water is also fighting it as well. Like, and the inkiness is losing.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it in there until the water overpowers the inkiness to the staff.
Okay.
What do you think it's gonna do?
I don't know.
Would anybody else like to
Maybe
pull a
it'll
thing from the
purify it.
bag?
Fuck it.
Captain?
I've had a day.
Animal grenade.
No.
Animal grenade.
Animal grenade.
Emerald.
I'll let the captain pull something from the bag. If you pull alcohol, it's mine though.
100% it's yours. 68.
So close to being nice.
68 not oh.
No.
Not oh. Damn.
All right. 68. You said.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a perception check.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Reroll.
Did we hit one we've already hit before?
No.
84.
What do you?
84.
Isn't that
Okay.
one the magic number?
No. There's something else happening now.
What?
We
What?
found the second page.
The second dude.
Yeah, she found the second page. Legitimately.
Isn't this bag like a mixture of like 3 different bags?
Kind
Isn't
of.
that how you described it one time, Adrian?
Yeah, kind of. It was just like a random assortment of random holdings.
Yeah.
Okay. Now go ahead and roll me on the Arcana table. Roll me 3d8s.
21.
41.
21.
21.
Blackjack.
Blackjack and hookers.
Blackjack. Fucking hell. Okay.
She get god tier item now?
No. Roll a 1d12.
Huh.
Lucky number 7. What the fuck?
All right. Now roll 2d8s.
That's so many dice.
2d8s.
Yeah, 2d8s.
10.
10. You pull out, as you kind of like roll around, you feel like a lot of wood. A lot of wood. Soft, fine wood, very polished. You go ahead and just grab something just immediately, and you pull it out, and... Hold on a second. Sorry. As you pull out, you kind of like pull out like a small little toy staff.
What the fuck? Do I sense any Arcana?
Roll an Arcana check, please.
A toy staff?
Yeah. 30.
30. You definitely sense magic coming from this item.
I cast Identify.
All right, so you cast Identify?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to find the right item here. But for some reason, my D&D Beyond is starting to mess up for some reason. You sense that it is an incredibly rare staff. You sense that at the very bottom there's arcane runes that need to be activated for the staff to fully take place. Your Identify is actually being blocked from knowing the true nature of this staff.
Can I
With
look
my
at it?
free hand, out of curiosity, just touch the bottom runes.
As the bottom runes begin to light up, you see the wooden staff. And at first it was like a polished like oak wood, turns completely gray. That starts to bear numerous runes carving along its length, and the staff just grows in size. And at the very top of the staff, you see around the rim of the top of this this gray wood is arcanic runes for a clock. You see the numbers 1 through 12 in a circle.
No way you got a chronomancer staff as the chronomancer.
With my Identify, hopefully still going. What do I get?
You've never heard of this magic before. Or have you? Kayasaya, do you know what dunamancy is?
Yes.
I've heard of that.
This staff that you pulled out of the magical bag and throughout all of the successful rolls that you've done have pulled out a staff of dunamancy.
What does it do?
What?
This staff of polished gray wood bears numerous runes carved along its length. The staff has
What?
10 charges and regains 1d6 plus 4 at dawn. If you expand the last charge, roll a d20 on a 1, the staff turns into dust and is destroyed. While you're holding the staff, you can use an action to expend 2 or more charges to cast a spell from it. You can get Fortune's Favor, Pulse Wave, Gravity Sinkhole.
Isn't this like the Wand of
Holy
Wishes?
shit.
or something
Ironically-
that they
No.
have?
With all the stabs today.
You also get a new possibility. If you are holding the staff and you fail a saving throw against a spell that targets only you, you can turn your failed save into a successful one. It cannot be used again until the next dawn.
Holy shit.
Haha. Did you like what you got?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're robbing nobles from some planet, but I'm not sure which one. So it doesn't matter.
Fukler, go ahead and roll me a quick perception check, please.
What?
Why?
Just roll me a quick perception check.
14.
As you're kind of standing there, kind of agape at this, the first staff that Bayhorn got, and 2, the staff that Kayasaya got, you notice that your bag is slowly starting to rip.
Ooh. Can mending fix it?
Mending cannot fix magical objects. Only non-magic objects.
I wonder if Chakna could patch it.
Chakna kind of looks over at you, Kayasaya, and he just says, "What did you just pull out?"
A staff of dunamancy.
Like,
Well, I hope you guys have liked your items this evening. head was
Holding the
kinda down
staff, since it's at full size and knowing where the room is, I tap that spot on the ground. Does it go back to being small?
it does.
Oh, oh my god.
Chakna, I need a favor.
What do you need, Fukler?
Well, since we've been pulling things out of it for the past 2 days while we've been waiting to get here and then move in today, this bag is special, you could say. It's not like most other bags of holding.
I can tell based off
Uh,
what everything you're pulling out.
well, yeah. But if it's overused, it can rip and then probably become useless or explode. One of the two.
And I'm assuming it's ripping right now, right?
Yeah, if you look on the bottom and
Yeah.
mending doesn't work on magical objects and you can create bags of holding. So I was wondering if you could, patch it up or something like that.
I can try, but I might only be able to patch it up cosmetically. Magic-wise, I'm not the original creator. It might just eventually stop working. I'll have you know.
That's fair.
You have been using it quite a fair amount recently.
Yeah, so
I feel
Perhaps
like
you
it's
gotta have a break.
I'm gonna give it a couple days of break. I don't want it to keep ripping and stuff like that, so maybe from now on I'm gonna limit it to 3 items a day, every 3 days, something like that.
that might be a good idea, but keep an eye on it. Bayhorn, how's your staff looking like?
I don't know.
Bayhorn, you take a look down and you're looking at it. You don't need to like a perception check at it. You notice that the water like fully overtook the black inkiness, and the top of the strands of the branches are starting to like grow leaves.
Is it purifying it? Hold on. Can I tell it's purifying the staff?
It's
Roll
hollow.
a roll a religion or arcana check, your choice.
Can somebody give me some help?
Damn, rolled a 6, get a 19.
Tea.
Crazy.
I rolled a 2 for a 5. It's
Wild. Bayhorn, you can definitely tell that it is, or not Bayhorn, sorry. With Fugler and Kaisei's help, you can all tell that it's definitely changing. Into
Hollow.
what? You don't know.
Hey, Bayhorn.
I'm gonna dip the whole staff in there
Yeah,
now.
just drop it in there.
You can just drop it in there.
I'm not gonna
What
drop
way
it in there.
would stick?
I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna take a tiny bit of rope so I don't have to dip my hand in there. Tie it to the middle of the staff, and then let it rest in the water, floating or sinking, and I'll hold the staff in.
Okay.
Let the water purify it.
Okay. It continues to purify. You're not too sure how long it could take, but it's going.
Alright, well, I got
It might-
patience. I got stuff to do, so I'm gonna sit here for a while and let it just work.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to move over to Chakna and take off my cloak of protection and put it
Okay.
around him.
Appreciate it. Are you sure you don't want it?
Well, here's the thing. I already got my spell discs, which I absolutely love. And I have our mark.
I'm gonna change out of this wedding dress. I'll be right back, guys.
And Tickler's gonna go into the tent and change out of the wedding dress.
Okay.
I have the mark, and now I have the staff. I can only attune to so many things. And I want to make sure you're safe. So, yeah.
Okay. I trust you. I'll take it.
Besides, I do plan on expanding the barrier, making it stronger.
All right.
I just gotta find a person and money to do it.
We'll get there one day.
And then she's going to go and to the tent with her staff and sit and start attuning to it.
Okay.
Hey, Adrian.
Yeah.
While they were doing that, I threw an animal grenade out.
Okay. Roll
I
it.
already rolled what it was. It's a dire wolf.
A dire wolf.
Out of the first bag of tricks, it's a dire wolf.
Okay.
I rolled
As
a
you threw
7.
the animal grenade, where are you throwing it at?
I'll throw it like over here.
As you throw it, kind of like a Pokeball, the ball just breaks open and apart. You see a dire wolf just appear, and it just starts like growling and sniffing the air, and eventually you just hear it just start to howl a little bit before it kind of just sits down and looks at you, because it regards you as its master at this point.
P.
Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna motion him over.
He walks over to you.
I'm gonna give him pets,
You start petting him.
and then I'm gonna give him some food, some rations, like any of the meats
Then
that
I'm
I
gonna
have.
give him pets while Bayhorn is giving him pets.
Okay.
Big puppy.
If the dire wolf is starting to show signs of aggression or hostility, I will as if it's my pet. I'll be like, no, he's a friend. We don't hurt our friends.
Lizards are friends, not food.
I'm gonna put
I'm
this
with-
wolf token on the field. And it's a dire wolf, so it's actually bigger.
How big is the dire wolf?
It's a large. It's like a medium-sized creature.
So like, if he stood up, it would be the same height as me, pretty much.
Yep.
Maybe. Okay. Maybe 6 feet tall.
Yep.
Oh, big boy.
You know actual wolves get taller than that, right?
Well, actual legitimate wolves get big, brother.
Actual
Yeah.
gray wolves get huge.
All right. What happens if I pull out another one? Are they both under my command?
You want to toss it and find out?
Hang on, I'm reading.
Yes.
Yeah, they should all be friendly to me. Yeah, I'll throw another one.
All right, so that's the second charge. Roll a d4.
A 4, so I get the third bag.
Okay, roll a d8.
A 1. Oh, I get a jackal. I get a wolf and a jackal.
You toss it out, and you see a jackal kind of just like appear. She's like, he just sits and he looks at you.
I'm gonna motion him over as well. Same
kinda-
routine, pets and food.
All right.
And
I
once
don't
I've
have a-
fed them both and fed
I
them
don't have
both,
a jackal, but I have a hyena.
that works. Once they've both been petted and fed, I imagine they can understand me as if I'm speaking their native tongue.
Kinda.
Under
It's
my
more like
command.
if a smart dog is listening to your command.
All right, I'm gonna look at the two animals and be like, can you kind of stalk our perimeter and make sure no intruders come to buy?
They both kind of like give you both a lick, and then they just run off into the edges of the trees, and then they're just gone.
All right, that's our perimeter.
Bayhorn, as this is happening, you notice
yeah.
that Tiana, Solde, and Finnegan are all just chatting up each other. Fukler is finally coming out of his dressing room.
Is he wearing his dress still?
No, the dress is gone.
Bayhorn's gonna just like throw his head over his shoulder as he sees that and be like, "Boo!"
The crew around the fireplaces go like, now that they've been a little bit inebriated, they just go, boo.
You boo me all you want. I've seen what makes you cheer.
But at this point,
Wedding Fugler.
Bayhorn, you kind of look at him, and you look at the staff. The staff is no longer blackened. It's starting to like fully heal at this point, and starting to grow more and more leaves on the top.
Is it done?
Doesn't I mean, you might think it's done. Do you want to pull it out and investigate?
Is it fully done? Like leaves that like it stopped changing, or is it still changing little by little?
It's still changing little by little. You notice that like every few minutes you look at it, it's slowly growing.
It's not done.
But as you take a look at that, Kayasaya, after an hour passes, as you finish the attunement, you feel a snapping sensation that you've never felt before at all. So roll me an Arcana check.
19.
You kind of give a sigh, not of relief, more of, oh shit, because that snapping sensation that you felt, you read that items can only be attuned by one person at a time, and you broke somebody's attunement to their staff.
Oh,
You stole their
no. Oh,
I thought it was gonna be
no.
like a curse of binding thing where it would attach to her.
I'm
like,
attuned to
Arcana
it though,
forever.
huh?
You're attuned to it.
Oh,
And
I'm
and
so
whoever was
sorry.
attuned
I-
and whoever was
Put this
attuned to
down.
it somewhere out in the cosmos
knows.
realizes that they're no longer attuned to their staff.
They
She
wake
just-
up, you're like,
she-
oh, my staff, it's gone.
She just tilts her head up, eyes closed, and just goes, I'm so sorry. I
Stop
forgot that
apologizing
these
to this guy.
I forgot that these items are technically stolen when they come out of the bag.
I told you. Though they're really nice looking, so they're probably stolen from nobility. Like I said. So, just think it's some posh bastard you stole it from, and it makes you feel a lot better about yourself.
Yeah, I imagine that bag of tricks was used by some random, like, evil circus master who pulled animals out to abuse them for money.
Yep,
And I'm giving them purpose and pets and food.
You saw the state Nympho was in. Wait, where is she? Is she still in the bottle?
Ship.
She's in the bottle. She's in the ship. You saw the state Nympho was in whenever we found her, right? So this could be the same dude. So I say don't sweat it. You know what I mean?
It's too late. It's too late. I'm keeping it because it's too late. But I feel bad.
Finders keepers, but I feel bad.
Well, I can't give it back.
I mean,
You could try. You totally could try.
Have you tried?
Yes.
Do you know if it worked?
Well, I've taken my arm out and stuck my head into the exact same hole. So.
Yeah,
it worked.
Either way, your bag's also ripping. But I don't want to try.
I'm kind of sad about that.
Yeah, I don't want to break your bag. So, the staff is here to remain.
All I got was a wedding dress and Alazi's head on a stick.
I pulled out of the bag a random holding, and all I got was this lousy tree shirt.
I pulled out of the bag of holding, and all I got was this head on a stick.
Adrian, can I roll an Arcana check against the staff to see if the energy is shifted from bad to good?
Sure.
A 15.
You can definitely tell that the aura around it has definitely shifted its aura from like an evilish to dark intent to more of a calming demeanor. It's a little bit odd.
Is it done?
If you rolled a 3 or below, I would have been like, nope, stick's still evil. Don't touch it.
Don't touch
Acid.
it.
Acid stick.
It's still not done as far as you can tell. You're not really much of a trained magical eye for like converting magical objects from one end of the spectrum to the other.
You know, you should ask the
this is
artificer.
also fancy water.
Cedric, Bayhorn,
Hey.
you should ask the Artificer.
I mean, no offense to the Artificer, he's very good at what he does, but does he know how to do magic items like this that are put in magical water that we've never seen before?
Brother,
Who are you asking this to?
To Preston.
tough. To me, Fukler.
No, to Preston.
To Preston? He should. He should know how to do magical items. I mean, he said he would fix the bag of holding, although he's not the original creator, so there's no way he could completely fix it. He could fix it cosmetically, but he can make bags of holding and other magical items too, I'm sure. So, if you ask the dude who literally makes magical items and other items, probably for a former living, and also revived his wife with magic prosthetics? Yeah, you should totally ask him.
Alright, I'll go ask him then, I guess.
Yeah, yep. Am I right?
Can I go call Chakna over?
You're gonna call Chakna over?
Yeah.
Preston, did you say if you're right?
Yeah, no. Didn't Chakna revive his wife with magical prosthetics? Like 90% sure that happened.
Do I look like I've missing arms?
I will say, based off this message that you can react to, what my message and face looks like.
Let's look. Yeah, understood.
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 All right. So Bayhorn, are you gonna take the thing out and you're gonna show him? You're gonna call him over?
Calling him over. I'm like, hey Chakna. Hello.
Still giggling from that.
Chakna kind of looks over out the window of the house. He's like, yeah, what is it?
Can you come over here?
He kind of like gets out and kind of like waddles over to you. He's like, what is it that you need?
Does this stick look less evil and more good now? Is it done?
I mean, it definitely looks less evil. Done? Let me check. And he's going to roll an Arcana check, which I will do right now. Boop, boop, where is Chakna? There he is.
Did it. 23.
She's on the finger of the trigger. 23? It's not fully done. Probably submerge it for another few more hours. And
hours?
If you take a look, and he kind of like points near the bottom of like the base, there's still like a little bit of that black inkiness coming out.
Well, that must be where all of it's condensed in then, because the rest of it didn't take that long.
Yeah. I mean, they say that when you create magical objects, that you typically need a focal point. Somewhere where the majority of the magic is coalesced with each other. I'm assuming that's where it's at, in the basin near the bottom. So, give it a few more hours. Check it up in the daytime, when we wake up from bed.
Well, if I don't want to do that, because if it follows the same logic as people disappearing, I don't want this staff to be unmade.
Well, then you're gonna have to stay up and keep an eye on it.
I have a plan. Bayhorn's he's gonna take his pole of angling, okay?
You're gonna take your pole of angling?
He's gonna find a nice spot for it. He's gonna make it into a fishing pole. He's gonna raise the rope out to where he can kind of thrash the two lines together.
Okay.
And then he's gonna stick the pole of angling in the ground to where the pole of angling is instead holding up the staff that's like suspended in the water, and then Bayon's gonna read.
Okay.
He's gonna get back to reading, and he's just gonna watch the staff in the meantime, and wait a few hours because he doesn't have to go to sleep yet.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Fukler, is there anything you want to do? Oh, go ahead, Bayhorn.
I was gonna do like 2 more things. One of them has to do with Fukler, and one of them's like my quote-unquote exercise.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm gonna roll an Arcana check, or was it an Intelligence or Arcana? I want to summon my little lightning sprite back.
Arcana.
Try and strengthen his form.
Yeah, Arcana.
My entire goal is to make him into a full-fledged like spirit that can fight with me.
That's fair.
I rolled a 9.
9.
I don't like this.
This is like your 4th or 5th time trying. You manage to summon out what looks to be this little electrical familiar. You're expecting it to dissipate within like a few seconds, but it just stays. It's just tiny, very tiny, smaller than a gnome, and it kind of just looks at you.
Well, this is new.
Then again, kind of looks over, and Tiana and Isolde, and Tiana's just like, "You made yourself a new friend."
Made is a way to describe it.
I
And it casts spells.
You
Bayhorn.
wish-
I'm gonna hang on. How much? All right. I'm gonna ask it to cast Shocking Grasp on me.
kind of like looks at you, looks at its like little like electrical tendrils, looks back at you. It points its tendrils at you, and it shoots out these tiny little like electrical beams that do nothing. They don't even reach you.
Okay. Bayhorn's gonna nod approvingly and say, "Good job, buddy. I'm proud of you."
Wow. He's such a boy.
Is he just gonna stay with me? Like, is there no expiration time on him this time?
Eventually, after like a few more moments, after he's done that, he puts his hands down, and then he just starts to swirl around and he dissipates.
Okay, well, I'm getting better then. He's staying for longer.
Come on.
Alright, the other thing was... What?
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask you if you wouldn't mind lending me one of those soul gems.
Sure. For a cost.
Oh god.
You got to pull something out of my bag today. I want something out of your cards.
My wild cards?
Yes.
You know they only do like damaging effects, right?
Shit.
I mean, you
Oh.
can throw it at something tomorrow if we find an enemy.
Damn it. Never
Like
mind.
one of them does force damage.
You
One of
can
them.
pull out one of the animals.
I only have one more, but you
Oh,
could.
never. No, I'm not
The
going to
bag
pull up
doesn't
your animal.
stipulate that it disappears on all 3 charges disappearing. It just says that they all come back
Wow.
at the next dawn. So I mean, you could, if you want.
Maybe. Not right now. I'll sleep on it and think about it.
I'm trying to see what else you could pull from. I don't know if I have anything else though.
I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm gonna try. But here you go. Fukler will grab your hand to pull it out and put a soul gem in your hand. Use it wisely. And Fukler with that is gonna go, I need to get some rest. I'm tired, guys. It's like, what time is it? And Fugler's gonna look up. What time is it?
Oh, the moon is high up in the sky. Roll a
Middle of the
perception
night.
check.
Do I need to roll a perception check for it?
No, I just want you to see something.
Well, whatever it is, I don't see it because I rolled like shit. Like
I
always.
look with him and see.
Okay, no, this is just for Fukler. All right.
Oh man. Why am I
You can always
missing
still
out on
rebarb
this?
yourself.
Give me spell
Can
slots.
I?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I have first level spell slots. I did my thingy earlier where I sacrificed the 3rd level and I get 2 second and 2 first. So it should work. Yeah. Oh, where is it? Yeah, silvery barbs. Boom. What do I need to pass this DC, Adri?
Figure it out when you roll it.
Fuck. Well,
What'd you
that's
roll?
that. No, I'm great.
Do it
Damn.
again. Do it again.
Wait,
Another
no,
silvery corpse.
don't I get advantage?
Yeah.
You just got your advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I only rolled it once. I only rolled
Yeah.
1 die. Do I get to
Yeah.
roll it again? Oh no, wait.
Yeah.
Roll one more time. please, 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 please.
Yeah,
Wow.
bloody 20.
Wow. Dude, I've been rolling like shit for perception all night.
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan and his promiscuous pustules.
As you start to look up into the sky, you notice several things. You notice night creatures taking flight. You see wings of giant beasts and things flying overhead, knowing that there's beasts everywhere around this jungle, and you're currently in a very rare place of solitude. However, that isn't what catches your eye. What really catches your eye is as you look over to the moon, where it should be. Um, the moon was new yesterday, so in the beginning it should even be shown, but your beacon managed it to turn red and it showed brightly. As this moon is starting to wane into its new form, you see that small little tiny crescent. And you could have sworn it flashed red at you just for a moment before it flashes back again into white.
Oh no. Vecna's fucking with me. Radical. I don't even know what to do. And I can't do anything with it. So once again, guys, good night. I'm gonna go get some sleep because I have to sleep the longest out of most of you people.
You people.
I do believe you outnumber those of us who don't need to sleep as long.
I outnumber?
Yeah, because,
There's only one Dragonborn.
well, you're one Dragonborn, but you gotta sleep 8 hours. Shaka's gotta sleep 8 hours.
Finnegan's
You
like,
Finnegan's
realize-
gotta sleep 8 hours. Tiana, I believe, has
Tiana.
gotta sleep 8 hours. It's just me, Bayhorn, and Ysolde who get to sleep for 4.
I think he means out of the core members.
Oh.
the
Fair
core
enough.
group, the A team.
A-team, let's go.
Let's go.
Anyway.
We will be
Out of-
unburdened as. Just kidding.
Out of A-team, including their sub. Never gonna live that down, Cedric. Whenever you said that, when Bayhorn went down, you were like, A-team sub?
Yeah, Isolde.
Yeah, he sold it.
Nah, if Bayhorn ever falls, Isolde's a new.
No, I ain't letting you die. I hope you know that. Even if you die, I ain't letting you die.
Bayhorn can just die. You know that, right?
What do you mean by that?
There are ways you can't resurrect him.
Yeah, but you have to be like completely eviscerated. As long as you have the majority of your body, like I can still revive you.
You remember, you already have disintegrate. If somebody disintegrated me and I died from that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I forgot about that.
We're playing a very dangerous game here now.
I don't have true resurrection either, which is kind
Or
of
wish.
sad.
You
No.
need wish.
Actually, no. You want to know something about wish?
What?
I'm on track to getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what the hand does after I've acquired both of them?
No.
Let me read it. Adrian knows.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let me go down. Properties of the eye and hand. If you're attuned to both the hand and the eye, you gain the following additional benefits. You are immune to disease and poison. Using the eye's X-ray vision never causes. Oh yeah, also I have X-ray vision.
Oh.
You experience. I get like what's it called? I get exhaustion from it though. You experience premonitions of danger unless you are incapacitated and can't be surprised. So I get the thing your sword gives you, and I also get to see the future.
Oh my god.
If a creature has a skeleton, you can attempt to turn its bones to jelly with a touch of the hand of Vecna. You can also do so by using a creature you can reach. Using your choice of your melee attack bonus for weapons or spells on a hit, the target must succeed a DC 18 con saving throw or drop to 0 hit points.
You literally just say, fall.
Die.
Die.
Or you can use an action to cast Wish. This property can't be used again until 30 days have passed. So yeah, if I get that hand, I feel like combat's going to be a lot harder for me.
You
This
also
is a
could
group
just
effort. It's going to be a lot harder for everybody, amigo.
I agree.
You
Permanently a
know,
wizard.
with Wish, if you word it right, you can just wish Vecna gone.
What's it gonna be?
No,
You gonna wish him back to life, or are you gonna wish Vecna gone?
no, he probably has. No, he has phylacteries. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no,
Like
that's why you said if you word it
Uh,
right,
Mm-hmm.
like
you can
I'm pretty
completely
sure.
wish him and his phylacteries away.
Mm,
Like all traces of Vecna cease to exist. His phylacteries, him, even the knowledge of him goes away. He was never born.
actually, you know what I'm gonna do before I go to bed, Adrian?
What?
I'm gonna pray because
Okay.
that lady on the river put some shit in my head that made me extremely concerned.
Yeah.
One boat ride, two fucked up people.
She was like, "Oh yeah, Vecna used to go by another name. Oh really? What's his name? Uh, he went by Thanor, or is it Thanor?
He goes, or at least from what you know, told. One here. He used to be known as Thanor. Yes, you're correct.
Yep, Thanor. So I'm gonna pray, and I'm gonna have a little heart to heart with Yatolt here, and I'm gonna say, Great Goddess Yatolt, I have received information today that is beyond concerning. As of this necromancer that I have been tasked with dealing with, according to your word, I have received information that he might have been, for lack of better word, in your position at some point, or you were him. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure, but it's information from some sort of ancient elf that's been around for eons, it seems, bathing in a river that's practically kept her immortal. So if I could have some guidance on this topic, I would be extremely appreciative.
Roll me a religion check.
Oh, brother. 20.
20.
20.
You hear as a reply, and a warm breeze starts to like overtake the whole entire sanctuary that you currently are in. Vecna once stole my position long ago, when he was trying to take over many different domains. It was such a long time ago, longer than, well, Vecna's been around longer than I've been in. That's all I could realistically say. He's been through many combats. He's risen to power and fallen many times. It was during the early rise to power He was nearly destroyed by the Ortherian clerics by a god known as Pelor. But he was spared annihilation by one of his most trusted lieutenants and a conspirator within the Pelor clerics. Vecna then rose to power and stole a fragment of my own power and locked me away for quite some time. And just as he was about to achieve his goal, he was struck down by unsung and unnamed heroes. And now I wrest control back from him. So it is true he was once the god of death, but he is no longer that same god. And then you hear the whispers and the breeze start to fade away as you know that Yatolda is no longer talking to you right now.
Thank you, great goddess. And Fugler will practically, like, melt into jelly. Oh, that's a lot of tension,
Fugler.
gosh.
Fugler, I have to ask you something deeply personal.
Hmm.
Do you trust Yatol? So
Well,
what?
now that you say it, you had me convinced. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You
So
had
now
me
what I want-
convinced.
Now what I want you to do is, if you truly are speculative against your goddess, I need you to roll me an insight check.
See, Adrian, I'm gonna be honest. Man to man, friend to friend, buddy to buddy, right?
Yeah?
When you were talking as you told just now, when you were giving her voice, giving her life through your voice,
Yeah.
you had me completely fucking convinced.
Okay.
Her voice was completely unwavering. It was when you threw that goddamn curveball at the end of her speaking that said, "Do you truly trust your goddess?" That kind of just went, well, now I don't.
Well, Fugler, this isn't my choice. This is yours.
Okay,
I'm gonna be honest. What good religious man doesn't waver in faith? The most
Okay.
faithful people usually are the most studied, but also ask the most questions.
That
You
is
know what I
true.
mean?
That is true.
So, I'm not going to be doing this out of distrust. I'm going to be doing this out of ulterior motive.
Okay.
I'm going to see if she's hiding more than she's letting on.
All right. Roll me an insight check.
Not that she's directly lying to me, but if she has stuff that she doesn't want me to know. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think that's complete distrust.
Yeah.
I don't like that you're like being like, no.
No,
yeah,
I
yeah,
understand. I truly understand. I truly understand.
Shit, man.
I truly understand.
Absolutely fucking cooking me over here. I'm like,
I truly understand. If you wish to do so, if you wish to speculate or try to insight yourself to discern if she is hiding something or if she's not fully forthcoming, be my guest. But if you, Fugler, are strong in your faith and you wish to stay the course and you trust her, then you don't have to.
I'm gonna do this. The entire reason I feel like somebody would even go to college, like Fugler has to Strixhaven,
Yeah.
is to ask questions.
Okay.
The entire reason somebody would go out into the world and explore is to ask questions.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
So, plus I could roll like shit. I could roll like ass right now, and I could just be like, nope, she's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just rolled like ass. I want to do silvery barbs now.
You got silvery barbs.
Can I do silvery barbs? I feel like that would be a bit inappropriate.
You can if you want. I'm not going to stop you.
I ain't. I'll do silvery barbs.
Don't forget to
Man.
roll with advantage.
Yeah, no, yep. The 16. I doubt that gets me enough, but
Okay.
she
With
probably knows.
With a
She's
16,
probably always known.
with an instinct to insight, you take a moment to breathe and you start to feel confident in your goddess's words. And even though you're in a tough, awkward spot right now, you put your trust and your faith into her.
I really want to know what would happen if I rolled a nat 20 there. But my wisdom is garbage.
He comes
13.
down from the top rope with a steel chair.
Starts
Don't you doubt me
beating
ever
my ass.
again.
I feel like any god, even their most loyal followers,
Yeah.
like their most loyal and trusted followers,
Mhm.
question their opinions.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I feel like you'd have to be kind of ignorant if you're a man or a woman of faith and you don't question, like,
Yeah, because
the
then
teachings.
you're just a yes man.
Yeah.
And like you're just listening to whatever people tell you. That's
Yeah.
like the entire not point. So I feel
But-
like I'm just.
Yep.
I feel like I'm just in this. I feel like Fukler would be just in this.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna stay satisfied with that answer. Even though I would love to roll higher, that would require me to like kill second level spell slots and then do first level shenanigans and then roll silvery barbs again, which would be a whole thing. But I I don't think I would like to do that. As much as I want to, I don't think I should. You know what I mean?
I understand. Is there anything else you'd like to do tonight, Fukler, before your night comes so close?
If I'm betrayed by Yatolt by the end of this campaign, I'm gonna like flip my desk. I hope you know that. I'm
I would love to see photographs of the before and after.
So you're saying it's gonna happen?
No, I'm saying that if it does happen, here's the thing, man. It's D&D. You can suddenly one day as Fukler, like over time, like just decide, I don't trust in this person, and then eventually you just don't trust in this person. So,
I'm not gonna let my paranoia get the best of me.
There you go. There you
What's
go. I'm glad you
point?
said that.
What's the point in believing in a god if you don't have trust in them at least a little bit? You know what I mean?
There you go. I get you.
If it's just Vecna in disguise, well, fuck me then, I guess. I'm like,
That's too cliche. It's got to be something worse. Anyways, what?
What do you would Paw?
Oh,
No.
I just got the biggest whiplash of like headache. Oh my god, I haven't ate anything but protein in a while.
Dude,
Let's keep going.
you're gonna give birth to a shit baby. Go drink water and eat food.
No, I've been
Like,
drinking
next
water,
week.
but like after we're done, I'll go eat food. Don't worry. But
Okay.
anyways, next up,
But
Kaya
Fugler
Smith.
is gonna go
Oh,
lie
yeah,
down
Fugler.
now.
You're gonna
Okay.
lay down now?
Yeah, get
All
some
right.
sleep.
So as Fukler decides to go and glamp in his tent, Kaya Sai,
Yeah.
is there anything you're gonna do?
She attuned to her Dunamancy staff. She ate to make sure Chakna attunes to his new cloak. No, she's had a stressful day. She's gonna go to bed.
All right. Bayhorn, as you are currently the only one that's still like awake and reading, you notice over to your right that Tiana and Fukler are kind of like laying like head to head, shoulder to shoulder each other, and they're both like snoozing, while Solde is currently sitting there just staring at the fighter.
Time. For both of these things, I'm gonna face my maker in a little bit.
What are
Also,
you gonna
shouldn't
do?
I be getting a dream?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, damn it.
You shouldn't have said shit.
Bayhorn, what are you gonna do as your night comes so close?
Is the staff done?
The staff is
Have I
still
waited long enough?
slowly leaking. You probably might have to check on it in the morning.
He said a couple hours or a few hours.
Could
Is the
be,
bottom
could
of
be
it
more.
still blackened?
Slightly, just a very little bit.
You could totally have a tree in the morning.
Isolde kind of gets up from her seat and kind of like walks over to you a little bit and sits down next to you as you're currently reading. She kind of like brings her knees up to her like chest and she kind of just like watches the water and the stick with you.
Bayhorn will close his book and, as jokingly, but in a way that she knows he's not downplaying it, is like, "Oh, is it time for my scolding now?"
No, I'm not gonna scold you. You know, the old you, the Zorzark that I knew, he never acted as reckless as you do today. He was always calm and planned, even in the face of danger or ambushes. I think it was at that moment after you fell that you're just not that person anymore. What do you... She kind of like looks at you and you see that she has like a little bit of like water welling up underneath her eyeliner a little bit. What do you see when you look at me? I want you to tell me the truth.
Bayhorn's gonna ask other Bayhorn what to do, if he has any words of wisdom.
This is your fight, idiot. And he closes himself off.
Man.
Damn, hippo.
And at that point, Bayhorn will also remember the time when evil Bayhorn is like giving him the ultimatum of making her cry. Bayhorn will now try and remember all he can about Isolde in his past.
Well, a history check.
A natural 20.
The moment you take a look into her eyes, you feel like your vision kind of jumps into her beautiful, bright blue eyes, and you feel like you're swimming in a pool of memories. You flash back to multiple times in your life when you were a brand new adventurer going out into the world. You remember meeting Isolde, talking, fighting alongside her, with her, against her. Eventually, the both of you became closer and closer. You remember a dance in a giant tavern dance hall. You were sulking on the edge of one of the many bar, like one of the many like tavern edges of a bar, and you see her coming up to you in a brand new dress, and she forces you out of the table, and she takes you to the dance, and after a few more minutes, you slowly embrace each other as the music starts to swell down. Before suddenly you hear the door being kicked down and you see this like Goliath looking of a man like pointing at you saying, "Where's my money?" And he just starts rushing you down and both you and Isolde have to like fight off this Goliath before you both run out quickly of the tavern, and all of it's just a blur. You remember jumping over crates, carts. You remember Isolde kind of blasting with like a some sort of like thunder wave in like a crate full of cabbages, and you just see like and hear the edge. You just hear a man yelling out for his cabbages as you continue to run forward. Before eventually the rain starts to hit, and it seems like you've lost them. You've lost whoever this person was chasing you. And as the both of you are currently laughing and just running around in a field, the rain starts to swell, and you both start to embrace each other, and eventually say the words to her. The three words that she's been wanting to hear for the last several months in your memory. You say the words, "I love you." and you embrace and you both kiss underneath the rain and the moonlight. And the memory fades from there. You remember going to an inn, staying the night, embracing each other through the night. Then it jumps forward a few months, a few years. The tribulations, the fights, the adventures that you've both been through. This person, Isolde, at the very least for Zorzar, was the one that he decided to marry. That one evening, on the edge of the Sword Coast, looking out into the swords and the Sea of Swords, you went down on one knee and pulled out a wooden ring, because at the time you didn't have enough money to get an actual one. But she said yes regardless. That's what you see when you look into her eyes, Bayhorn.
Okay. Hang on. I want to see if there's a better way for me to do this.
Somebody just knocked?
No, that was Shelby, I think. Was it?
It's my horrible fucking chair.
Yeah, we need new chairs.
Alright. Bayhorn is going to regard her, and she's like, is she teary-eyed or something? Is that what you said?
She's teary-eyed, yeah.
He'll put the book aside and turn to face her, wipe the tear off the bottom of her eye, and he'll say, I see a stunning elf that became an acquaintance, and then a friend, then a lover, and then the one that Zorzark, because I'm not him yet, although I'm working on it, decided to marry. And at that point in his reply, he'll cast Major Image to create a perfect replica of the wooden ring and hold it up to her.
She kind of looks at you, slightly mouth agape a little bit, and she says, I'm glad you're remembering. She goes into her bag and she pulls out what looks to be a small little box. Tiny, enough for one ring, and she opens it up and it's the same wooden ring. Fully polished, nicely preserved. Even after all these years, God knows how many years have gone by. She then closes it up and puts it back in her bag. She gives a sigh. She starts to waver in her voice. I know you're not him fully at the moment, but I'm glad you remember, at least me. She then puts a hand on your hand, and she looks straight at you, and she leans in for a kiss. Do you accept?
Okay. I will accept.
As you kiss Isolde underneath the moonlight, you feel a sense of ecstatic elation. Something they haven't felt in a while, even for today. What a crazy, fucked up, horrible day it has been today. And as your lips part, you see that she's starting to tear a little bit more now. Her eyes are starting to well up, and you see some streams coming down. He then takes a small little fist and hits your chest plate. Doesn't hurt, it's just a thud. If you ever die on me again, I swear on whatever god that took you, I will rip you back from that place, and I'll bring you down to this mortal coil, and I will kill you personally again. You understand?
Aye aye. Perfectly
glad.
clear.
She then lets go of you a little bit, sits up, stands, brushes off herself, and cleans off her tears with prestidigitation. I'm going to sleep now. Keep an eye out for us. Wake me up when it's my turn to keep watch, okay?
Okay. I'll be here in the meantime.
I'll see you in the morning, Bayhorn. And then she just walks off over into the house that Kaisaya built. And now you're left there with your thoughts as you continuously look at the still water pond of this magical energy. As at this point, the staff is done.
Oh, good. What great timing. Everybody's asleep, right? I am the only one awake.
You are literally the only one awake.
Do I sense any of my
Animals?
familiars, I guess? Temporary familiars?
Roll me a quick Arcana check.
A 14.
14. You do recognize that your direwolf is still out and about. Can't sense your jackal.
Hmm. Does the wolf is the wolf just hanging around, or does he sense danger? Or...
At the moment, from what you can feel in your telepath, like your magical like connection with him, he's not in any danger. He's just stalking.
Can I sense that he's just stalking our perimeter again?
Yeah.
All right. The jackal's probably off doing something.
Yeah.
So the staff is done, you said.
The staff is done.
Alright. I'm going to raise it out of the water.
Okay. As you raise it out of the water, I will say that the last bit of inky darkness starts to drip off and it's starting to dry out. You notice that all of the cloth and the tree branches like kind of merge together into one solid, firm wooden staff. With the edge of the staff kind of looks like a miniature giant tree that kind of like branches its branches outwards and has like little shrubberies on the edges of it.
Alright, it is at this point I have a question regarding the soul stone.
Mm-hmm.
If I use it right now and then
Yes.
went to sleep, do I go back to being a rogue in the morning?
You do not go back to being a rogue.
How does it work?
Your rogue levels are stuck in the stone.
Okay, so if I go to be a wizard right now
Yes,
and then I go to sleep, that counts as a long rest, the stone refreshes, does that mean I can get my rogue levels back?
it'll refresh at the time when you did it, so you won't be
Oh,
able to do it until the next night.
okay.
Yep.
And so how it works is that you put your levels of rogue in, you get another class out. That the levels of rogue in your in your job stone or your soul stone, will stay there no matter what. When you take that rogue levels out and you put your wizard levels back in, your wizard levels disappear. The soul stone then becomes blank.
Can you reuse them?
You can reuse them.
Okay, so if I did it now, I can only change back or change into something else at the nighttime
Yes.
before bed.
Yes.
Okay. As a
So you could
wizard,
either
would
use
I
it.
be-
You could use it at the nighttime, or you can use it when you wake up. Up to you.
You know what? We'll go for a change of pace. We'll use it now because I actually need to use it to access a spell.
Okay.
Hang on. Why did I just roll a custom 2? Wait, that was a while ago, never mind. Alright, so I'm swapping to my wizard one. Is
So,
there any like?
as you give me 1 second here, I have to get this out for you.
You have my other sheet, right? My wizard
I
sheet.
have your what is it? Your rogue sheet right here.
My wizard sheet should be down there too, I think.
Give me 1 second here.
I have so many fucking tabs open.
You do? Look, dude, I have so many tabs
No,
open.
you have more than me, but I have a lot of tabs open right now.
One second. Okay.
Damn, my mom's BP is 160 over 100.
Oh, Jesus. That's a little concerning.
It's a little high, but does she take BP medicine?
I think so.
Alright, she needs to take her medicine.
Yeah.
Well, she'd also might be just because she's sick, so her body's cranked
She
up.
might not be taking her medicine because she's sick.
Yeah.
So that's probably why it might be high. But I don't think it's too much to worry about if she takes medicine on the regular for it.
Yeah.
I hope she makes a swift recovery, dude.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, me too. So, Bayhorn. As you take this crystal in front of you, it's honestly a little bit small in your hands. You kind of wonder, like, why is it so small? What do you do with it?
Can I just channel arcane energy into it?
As you grip the crystal and you start to like channel some energy, you feel these threads start to be pulling out of your chest, and you look down, you actually see arcane energy start to being ripped out, and you start to feel weaker and weaker. And at first, it kind of scares you, but do you trust the process?
Yes. I imagine at the same time as I'm inputting my arcane energy in, I'll focus on the class that I want, and I'll try and take it out at the same time in an equal exchange. Like I'm borrowing it and leaving
You
something
hear
behind.
you hear ocean waves crashing onto the banks. You hear and feel a subtle breeze kind of pass by you as you feel this arcane energy start to sap out of your own soul, and suddenly you feel a flopping sensation as you kind of stagger forward, not trying to get into the pond, but you're just, if you fell a little bit more, you probably would have fell first in. Nobody's around to see you doing
I thought I
this.
was sitting down.
Oh, sitting down at least. You feel weak, like something's been torn out of you. That this is a little bit unnatural, but you're trusting this process to continue. As you concentrate on what you want to become a master, a learner of the arcane arts. You feel a weave of magic coalesce around you, almost like a blanket. When it finally enters in you, you feel yourself kind of change. You feel nimble, but not as nimble as you once before. You feel something in your head that starts to expand. This knowledge, this magical arcane runes start to overwhelm your head. You start to recollect pieces of your memory of your time on the ship, your time with Kayasaya, your time with Chakna when he teaches you, the studies that you've seen Finnegan do on his spare time, the prayers that Fukler does on his own spare time. you start to realize that you're starting to expand your mind and you're starting to understand all these archaic runes and letters as they start to make sense for the first time in your life. As suddenly you hear a flash of whooshing arcane energy and a sound goes whoosh. Everything goes quiet. But you feel a little bit more enlightened as you kind of look around and you see the stone in your hand. It's a deep brownish with some red and black inside. As you realize on the etching of the stone, it has a dagger signifying your class. Your soul is now stuck in this crystal until you decide to pull it back out and turn back to who you once were.
So now I have like just a burst of arcane clarity.
You do.
Do I now understand how this works now that I've done it with my
Now that you've
newfound
done
clarity?
it, and quickly, even without an Arcana check, you just realize what you've done. And it worked. You're ecstatic. You're kind of like having a goofy smile on your face, and you're happy about that because nobody's going to see you.
I did something that no one else thought I could do.
You suddenly look at your staff now that you're done. You sense a raw amount of nature energy coming from that new staff that you pulled out of the water.
All right. I will. You know what? Now that I'm able to, where's my spell list? My actual spell list. I'm going to cast Identify.
Okay. You're going to
Not
cast Identify.
ritualistically though, I'll just cast it.
Just cast it just completely.
Yeah, I
Just
want to
purely.
figure this out like instantly.
Okay. As you cast Identify, immediately all the arcane runes start to rush your head. It's almost a little bit painful, like you're starting to get a headache, and you're like, "Damn, this is what Kaisaya has to go through whenever she identifies a spell or a magical item." It speaks to you. It's singing. The magical runes are starting to like lay out like a pamphlet, waiting for you to read. This staff is called the Staff of the Woodlands. Your staff of old turned into a staff of new. This magic staff can be wielded as a quarterstaff. It grants a +2 to damage and attack rolls made with it. While you hold it, you have a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls. It has 10 charges. It regains 1d6 +4 at dawn. If you use all the charges and you roll a d20 and you roll a 1, it loses its magic. You can use as an action to expend a staff charge or more. The spells that you have are Animal Friendship, Barkskin, Awaken, Locate Animals or Plants, Speak with Animals, Speak with Plants, and Wall of Thorns. You can also, as an action, use the cast magic Pass Without a Trace without using any charges. It also does one more thing. You can use an action to plant one end of the staff in fertile earth and expend a charge to transform the staff into a healthy tree. The tree is 60 feet tall, has a 5-foot diameter trunk, and its branches at the top spread out in a 20-foot radius. The tree appears ordinary, but it radiates a faint aura of transmutation magic, and if it's targeted by detect magic. While touching the tree and using another action to speak its command word, you can return the staff to its normal form.
Hmm. Well, I'll be.
As you breathe a collective sigh as you've successfully turned into a new wizard. Can't help feel but elated and hopeful for the times to come.
Am I still at like 37 health?
You are still at 37 health. Your health did not change.
All right, let me fix that real fast because I'm at 64 out of 64.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do for the rest of the night?
Funny wizard things. I'm gonna take a long rest and. Huh? Huh? Okay.
Hello?
My dad just walked in, and I don't. I love my dad, but homie's sick. I don't want to get sick.
Fair.
Yeah, feel that, feel that.
So, are you gonna take a long rest?
I hard leaned away from him.
You're like, yeah,
Hey
I'm
man,
over here. Hello.
It's like, no.
chill out, bro. Chill out. All right. So I'm gonna go to sleep and regain all my spell slots, right?
Yeah, you will.
All right. I'm gonna do some funny things because I wanna have fun before I go to sleep. I'm gonna cast Summon Draconic Spirit.
Uh, okay.
Wait, hang on a second. Before I do that, does this
Why?
dragon make noise
Yes.
Yes.
like as I summon it? It'll make this.
Yes.
I wonder.
I will not
Yes.
disrupt the sleep of the entire crew.
No,
I
no,
will
no.
cast
This
something
this
else.
will wake everyone up.
I will cast
Yes, I
something
will.
else.
I will casually summon a dragon. I hope it doesn't make noise.
Hey man, hey man. Be pretty funny. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it'd be pretty funny, but hmm,
I
hmm.
wonder now. I'm going to cast. Hmm. All right. If I go to sleep, do any concentration spells go away, or is it
Yes.
Yes.
okay?
Dumbass.
Welcome to being a wizard.
Welcome to my
Man,
world.
fuck you. I don't ever get spells like this. I don't know about this stuff.
Brother got his driver's license without taking a class. Oh shit.
I'm gonna find out how to drive eventually. Uh,
Who, who,
LeBron James went to the Olympics.
hey, Adrian.
Yeah,
All right.
LeBron James went to the Olympics, and guess what? They got gold, motherfucker.
Yeah, no wonder.
No
Jesus.
wonder.
It's almost like
Yeah,
he's in
nah.
the NBA.
It's almost like he's one of the best players of all time.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Um,
continue, Baylor.
I have a question. You know how Kayasaya had like a revivify imbued
Yeah,
into like a thing in her, and it got triggered when she fully died?
yeah, yeah.
How did that work? Is that just like a complex magical like a
Very
piece of
complex.
equipment? Okay.
Extremely complex.
I'm not gonna get into that. I wanna cast. How do you say this word?
Have an anime moment. Cast fly and fly
Morden
into the sky.
Mordenkainen's faithful hound.
Oh, okay. Mordecai's faithful hound. Good to know. As you go ahead and you cast Mordecai's faithful hound out of your spell focus, you see like a conjuration of a phantom, almost see-through like watchdog just appears next to you. What kind of dog is it?
Uh, hmm. I don't
You
know.
can choose the dog.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Hey man. Hey man. What's this about? All right. Now you know what? Just for that, it's a Shiba.
It's the
Uh,
Shiva.
you want to know something? Adrian, is it okay if I tell him?
Yeah, you can tell him.
Yeah, no, that's the exact emoji he sent me twice before that made me fucking cackle. Like,
Dude, he sent me that earlier, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
I
no,
also
yeah,
sent Shelby that as well. Everybody's been sent this message.
Right. It's gonna be a Shiba.
All right,
Is that Cheems? It looks like Cheems.
it's like a variation of Cheems, I think.
It looks like Cheems. Cheems was a good dog. Both of the Shibas were.
Yeah, I know. May they rest.
May they rest.
You pop open a Shiba Inu, even though you wouldn't know what a Shiba Inu would look like because they are not in Faerun or any other D&D world.
Wah, wah. I have a
It
Shiba now.
pops, it pops next to you and just goes, bark.
All right. I'm gonna mentally ask it if it can go patrol the perimeter for as long as he's here.
And it just goes off.
All right. Also, is that a concentration spell? doesn't-
No, it lasts for 8 hours.
It's just a straight up spell.
It's
Yep.
just a straight up watchdog.
Wait a second. Then it would still be there when I wake up.
Yep.
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Hey, Cedric, you're a grown ass man. Read your fucking tooltips.
No, I read it, motherfucker. That's why I asked
Yeah,
for
no.
confirmation.
Cedric, you want me to be honest with you? You want me to be like completely honest with you?
What?
Being a wizard involves mostly reading.
Yep. I do a lot of reading while you guys are fighting
We
and doing.
retcons, like,
I'm literally
bro.
reading.
Cedric, can you read?
Ooh, I could do numbers though. Anyway, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 5th level because I can now.
Since I have to ask you, Bayhorn, what is your magical aura look like?
Well, I mean, I've proclaimed myself as a lightning rogue, so it would probably be lightning arcanic energy.
You feel and sense a surge of lightning electricity energy start to form around you before it enters into your body, not hurting you, but you feel like a source of like electric regeneration. And you feel your wounds start to close and you start to feel a little bit better.
I get to heal for 20.
You do.
This shit kind of fucking wild. I'm gonna cast Fly.
All right, you cast fly.
You
Where's
should
Fly?
cast wait.
So
Cast
as you
Witch
cast
Bolt?
fly, you're starting to like hover over the air. It's kind of unsettling.
Actually, no. This is familiar. I've done
Yeah,
this before several
yeah.
times. I know how to fly.
So then you start flying.
This is
As you start
great.
to as you start to fly up in the air with the goofy smile on your face, you start to feel ecstatic. You start to fly over the canopy. You see all sorts of flying, shadowy creatures. You see the giant spider still tracking its way up north. You see, as you keep going farther and farther, you're nearing the crater of wherever this Lady of Rebirth is sitting in, waiting.
Nearing the
How
hump.
long did that take?
The flight?
The flight to where I am right now, to where I'm nearing the crater. How long did that take me?
Well, I'm just saying you're going up, so you see the crater.
Okay. I thought you
The
said I
crater,
flew
the
like.
crater on the ground floor is covered in the canopy of forest, so you can't see it from the ground.
Cedric, go
Right.
Mach 2. I want to see your skin start peeling off.
Go
But
what?
you just
Mach
start
2.
flying,
Oh.
and it's concentration for 10 minutes, so you can fly up pretty high.
Well, I need to be able to breathe.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you're not gonna fly that far out. I'm just saying, like you fly a pretty good distance. But
Max
as you
speed.
fly out, I will say you continue flying, and you just let out like laughter. You're ecstatic that something is working out for you today, and I will just say for the rest of the night, you just continue flying before you head back down, and you decide to call it quits and you go to bed.
Another question as I go to
Mhm.
bed. How also, it's two questions actually. First one, can I long rest both of my sheets now, or just one of them?
Just one of them.
Okay, so
Oh,
just the wizard one.
dang.
I just wanted to make sure because I didn't
Yeah.
know how it worked. And the second question, oh, fuck, what was it? I forgot.
Forgor. I forgot.
I forgot.
Uh,
What was it? It was
Is there
something
anything else
important.
you is that going to be your last thing?
I mean, oh, how much time have I spent on the book? Because I had 20 hours
Uh,
last time,
so
so
then
this
4 more
time,
hours, 16.
okay, so I spent another 4 hours reading it tonight.
Yeah,
I'm getting there. All right, that's it then.
that's it.
I'm writing this down so I don't forget. I've got 16 hours left of that fucking book.
As the night starts to come to a close, all of you find yourself in some restful slumber. However, for one of you, rest doesn't come as easily.
Spooky.
Fukler,
Oh shit.
as you fall to sleep, having some sort of sense of security that you believe in your goddess, what she says is true. Your eyes close, heavy as they are, because you are, now that you realize you are exhausted. The fight, the explorations, heat, the drama, everything. You're tired, and you just want to go to sleep. And you do. Your eyes immediately close, your breathing swells to a soft, heavy crescendo, and you sleep. And then your eyes open. And you're not where you are anymore. You see around you is rusty, heavy bars, chains floating above and clinking around you, as you are now under the effect of one of the lakes, the magical yet dark, inky water that you have consumed
Shit.
from Lake Vorth, or no, sorry, from Lake Vorthis, the echoing pass. The dark, enigmatic body of water transfigurated and caused memory to burst out into your dream as you hear just heavy breathing, frustrated breathing. Water, carbon, ammonia, lime, phosphorus, salt, sulfur, fluorine, everything that I need. And another one is created just for safety. And you hear a cauldron being swirled around and magic starting to be filtered within as your vision kind of echoes and points over to the area. You see what looks to be Vecna, but in a malnourished and weakened state. He's hunched over the cauldron, breathing heavily. His drool and dribble is falling into the cauldron like he's heaving. It seems like he's in a weakened state. Roll me an insight check.
Shit. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
As a small child, Hukler, you have no idea what's happening. You are terrified of what's going on in front of you. Maybe this is why you repress these memories. As he's continuously breathing, he coughs and by the morning, this should be number 4. He takes a hand over to his skull and he rips out his left eye. Puts it in a box and he seals it and he puts it on a counter. He kind of shambles over to some of the cages near you. You'll be all fine. Fine prodigies and test subjects. He looks over at yours and he leans in very close into your cage. His eye empty. You can see his nerves and his brain on the inside as he's bleeding out of his skull socket. With a heavy bated breath, he says, "You. I know where you're going. Go and learn." And he waves a hand in front of you, and your lights get snuffed out, and you awaken from your nightmare in the middle of your bed, breathing, panting heavily. You immediately go straight to your eye to make sure nothing's wrong with it. But you're fine. Nothing's outside. The fire is quiet. Everyone has gone inside to sleep. You don't see anybody outside. What do you do?
Well, first of all, I'm wondering where Bubbles is.
You
And
call
look
a, you kind of look around and you notice Bubbles is on that little rock, kind of just sitting on top of where the pond should be.
Hey, buddy. What's up?
He looks over at you, and you notice that inside Bubbles' skull is a bunch of nerves starting to come out of his skull eyes, where his eyes should be. As his mouth opens agape, and you hear bones crackling, and you see the eye of Vecna staring right back at you, and you just hear the words from Vecna. My test is complete. And suddenly you wake up once more from another nightmare as Bubbles is sitting and sleeping on your chest.
There are more of them. Oh god, there are other phylacteries that are probably alive.
Oh no!
As the wave of thoughts,
Ugh.
manic thoughts, start to enter in your head, you notice a shuffling coming from your tent and you are alerted. What do you do?
Well, first of all, I look for my hammer. If
You
it's not
immediately,
Bubbles because he's on my stomach, somebody is looking for my tent. And
you immediately go for your hammer and you're getting into a ready stance as Bubbles kind of just like jumps off of you because he gets awakened by your sudden movements. You see poking in, you just see a Soul Day, and she's just like, "Oh, sorry. Are you all right? I heard shuffling in here."
it's probably Bubbles wandering around. Either that or the night terror I just had.
Okay,
Oof.
all right.
I
Do you
should
want
not have
some?
drank that awful pond water.
She kind of chuckles a little bit. Do you want some tea?
It depends. Is it made from water in the river?
Uh, I have some water skin on me. I have a water skin that has some fresh water, not from the river.
That would be lovely then.
Okay, I'll brew you a cup. Just stay here, relax.
Thank you.
She goes outside, and you hear her cast a firebolt onto the fireplace area, and you see the fire start to well up as she brings out a few kits to cook up your tea. After a few minutes, after the tea has been boiled and everything's been made, she kind of hands you the teacup, and she, even with your passive insight, Fugler, even though it's 11, you can tell that she's a little startled by you, of your demeanor. Like she senses that something is wrong.
Hmm. Do you know what I mean by I don't wish I had drank that lake water?
Well, from the stories that elf Maria told us, I assumed you remembered something that you shouldn't have, or that you didn't want to.
Clever. Looks like you got me read like a book. Something along those lines. I had
Well, it's not too hard to read you like a book when, and you see her mouth like open up, and you see another eye of Vecna come out.
ah
When I'm the one who made you.
shit. Oh god.
And suddenly you wake up once more, and I'm gonna call it for the night.
Holy fucking shit, I'm stuck in nightmare hell. I'm stuck in nightmare hell. I'm stuck in nightmare hell.
So, thank you all for playing. It was a
Uh,
fun impromptu session. I will see you guys this week for our last session of summer break for you guys, because I know you guys go to school next week. I love you guys.
love you too, Adrian. This has been baller. I'm gonna be honest.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, the last two sessions have been pretty fucking baller.
I've liked them. Cedric.
This shit's fucking wild, man.
So, anyways, I love you guys. I'm hungry. I need to eat dinner. So I'm about to
Definitely.
pop. So I'm probably gonna pop in some chicken wings and go to town and say goodnight to Shelby because it is way past her bedtime.
Yeah.
Sleep
So
well.
Night
if I see you
night.
guys on later, I'll hop in. If not, have a good night, guys.
Alrighty.
Okay. Good
I'm
night.
gonna
Alright.
take a little break too.
All right.
Hey,
Good night.
deuces.
We need to get somebody to be a vampire. That's
What do you
all we need.
I have vampiric touch. What do you mean?
Hey Preston, how was your nightmare in the nightmare?
How
It
was
was
my nightmare
It was a
cube?
triple nightmare.
Your
was-
nightmare.
It was good. Every
it's
time I
good.
put a cube root on it, it just kept getting worse.
Now I'm gonna now here's gonna be the kicker. One day we're gonna go through a session. We're gonna be in the middle of combat. The eye's gonna pop up. I'm gonna be like, you wake up from a nightmare. It's gonna be reset the whole
Holy
entire
shit!
day.
And I'm gonna like the entire campaign for the last 40 minutes. Just
Bro, Adrian, you have to warn me and Shelby.
Yeah, you
I
should.
will warn you and Shelby if I decide to do that.
and you
be
just
fun.
have to gaslight the hell
I
out
have-
of me.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
you
what are
would
you talking
gaslight
about?
the ever living shit out of you.
You have to be like, what are you talking about? We just got here for D&D. How long have you been sitting here?
Well, you know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen? Whenever Adrian says the Eye of Vecna opens up in one of the dead corpses, me and Shelby are gonna leave and then rejoin a little bit later and be like, "All right, I'm ready for D&D, guys."
Good God.
No, no.
That's gaslighting.
Sorry, I'm a little late, guys, but I'm ready for D&D. Let's go.
Yeah, I got held up. Sorry, guys. I'm ready for D&D
Yes.
though.
But
Yeah, I
Cedric,
was at
Cedric.
Cedric's at Ari's house. Shelby had
Mhm.
work thing to do. Adrian was
Yeah.
probably working out and or walking the dog. So yeah, no, yep. Checks out.
Bayhorn, you're a wizard.
Yeah,
Oh, where's it, Harry?
I have a
Oh, wizard.
question for you.
You're a hairy wizard.
You're Harry.
Yeah, what's your question?
So summon draconic spirit, right? Concentration spell summons a
Yes.
draconic spirit of a
Yes.
large dragon of an
Large
AC
dragon.
of 9.
Big dragon. Big boy.
Okay. The hound,
Yes.
2 parts. Can I summon more than one?
Uh,
If I burned all 3 spell slots at level 4, can I summon 3 hounds? It
I
is not a
wouldn't.
concentration spell.
I do not understand why you would, but yes, you could.
You do know they have an attack, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just a
This
bite
shit does
attack.
4d8 piercing damage, bro.
Yeah, I know. But they're weak. They have 1 HP.
Hey, man.
I mean, you could if you really wanted to just like boom,
It's
boom, boom.
invisible to all creatures except for me and can't be harmed.
I mean, it's invisible to all creatures that, except for you, unless they have like true sight or see
And-
invisibility.
And can't be harmed.
Mhm.
True smite.
True smite.
But here's the
Can't be harmed.
here's the
They're
thing, right?
probably okay.
Here's the thing, right? I'm reading my tooltips. It can't be harmed.
That is true.
How-
Cannot be harmed.
How I get a free
How does it
48
die?
damage? I
How does
think
it
I think it just expires, or if I dismiss it, or if it gets anywhere. If I and the dog get more than 100 feet away from it, it disappears.
Your
If I
health
dismiss
is
it as an
also
action, it
probably
disappears.
drastically dropped. I'm gonna be
Okay,
honest.
so let me see here. So you conjure a phantom watchdog, where it remains for the duration until you dismiss it or move. Okay, it stays somewhere.
Oh, does it? Oh, does as it remains? Okay.
It stays in a range of 30 feet.
From me.
So from the spot that you choose, like you
Okay,
choose a
so
range
it's
of
like
30 feet.
so it's like a guardian of faith.
It's like a guardian, yeah. So what it happens is that if you yourself decide to move 100 feet away from it, it's gone or dismiss it.
That makes so I have to summon it in a very good spot then.
Yes, and it just stays in place. So basically, its attack range is only 5 feet.
Its attack range is my attack range, pretty much.
Yeah,
Summon
5
it
feet,
in-
and it cannot move.
Okay,
If
that
it's a
makes
large
more
boss
sense.
monster, summon it inside of it.
Brother.
I could tear it
Yeah.
apart from the inside.
I
No,
am
it
an
says it needs to be
evil
an
demon.
unoccupied
Ant-Man.
space.
Ant-Man.
It
needs to be
will
unoccupied.
also start barking extremely loudly if another creature comes near it and doesn't have the password.
Yeah, I see that. It's
I know
supposed
the
to be
password already.
So you better tell your friends the password.
I know the password. It's pickles.
Oh, no.
Pickles.
It's my friendly pickle.
All right, because I was gonna ask, like, could I summon if the hound moved? I was like, can I summon the hound and the dragon?
You could. Because
Fun.
the dragon's a concentration, and the hound isn't.